Meeting of the Board of Education will come to order. Roll call. Hanson.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Peterson here. Ray.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Weiniger.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving right into item number 4, 5, and 6, DCSD Spotlight, and I'll turn it over to the Superintendent.
Hello, good evening, everyone. It's time for our favorite part of the board meeting, which is our recognitions of our amazing students and staff. So tonight we are honoring a high school student and 2 of our amazing teachers. So let's start with the student. Mountain Vista High School senior Colin Gordon, please come on up here, along with your principal and executive director of schools. Colin is an engineering student and certified SolidWorks associate who's been selected for the Merrick and Company summer internship position. Colin was one of 2 students selected in the entire state of Colorado for this position and one of only 25 in the entire nation. He will be working as a mechanical equipment design intern with the Merrick Nuclear Services and Technology Department in Greenwood Village. Oh my goodness, that is, anyone else, right? Right? That is so impressive. Congratulations. I'm without words. As someone who got a degree in the engineering field, we were really scared of engineers that were as smart as you are. So Colin, can you tell us a little bit about what it took to get here and what this accomplishment means to you?
I'd say it's just kind of being persistent with what you like and kind of figuring it out. Something that's really good about Mountain Vista is we have so much variety at our school. Our engineering program is incredible, our teachers are incredible, and everything that it has to offer is just awesome. And that really is what helped me get to where I am right now.
Wow, that's awesome. And to give your school so much credit, we're really, really proud of you, Colin. Rob, why don't you tell us a little bit about what this means for Mountain Vista?
Good evening, everyone. Colin's a great kid, and he's taken full advantage of our STEM program at Mountain Vista High School. He forgot to mention, I think this is a paid internship this summer, so what a great deal and a great chance to take advantage of his skills. He's heading on to CSU next year, and he's also been involved in our mountain bike program at Mountain Vista for the last 4 years, so just a great, well-rounded kid.
I just want to say congratulations. It's outstanding. I always appreciate those who represent the student body and the community so beautifully. And obviously the hard work is deservingly paying off. So congratulations, Colin.
Okay, and Director Hanson is here to give you your award.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a quick picture. All right. Come on over, guys.
Isn't it really? Thank you.
Congratulations. Remember us when you go become an engineer. All right, thank you so much. You guys stick around. Thank you, Colin. All right. Yeah, one more round of applause. Okay, so I'm having these 2 stay put because we are also going to recognize a Mountain Vista High School teacher. Allison, will you join? Katie Allison, will you join us up front? Last month, Katie was elected by students and her peers as the Colorado Technology Student Association Advisor of the Year. Katie will be honored at the 2023 National TSA Conference in Louisville, Kentucky, in front of an assembly of roughly 8,000 students as the Advisor of the Year for Colorado. Katie, we are so proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, Katie, can you tell us a little bit about what this means for you?
Oh, goodness. Well, I was mad at my husband, who is also an advisor, who didn't tell me this ahead of time that I was getting this. It was a huge honor because it's from the kids and from the peers, and we have a great group of students, so it's just fun. I mean, TSA is a fun thing for us to be able to do and to give to the kids, and I mean, it's just an honor. It's a great honor.
Really exciting.
Yeah.
Rod, would you like to add any words about Katie?
Absolutely. Katie's amazing. She's our math department chair, co-department chair, and she's grown our TSA program into one of the best in the state, moving into one of the best in the nation. I think we're taking 37 kids on to nationals, and the program she's built and the team atmosphere they've created has been amazing. So great job.
I've had the privilege of knowing Katie for a long time, and I will tell you that she is amazing and is irreplaceable. I'm just going to be really honest. So you're not allowed to retire for any time in the next 25, 30 years. We'll just keep this going. But you just heard it. Department chair has grown a program. Her husband as well. I mean, both of them, what they add to the Mount Vista community is truly remarkable and appreciated more than you know.
Katie, congratulations. Thank you for making Mountain Vista proud and for making Douglas County School District proud. Director Myers is here with your award.
Thank you.
And we'll do a quick picture.
Oh, yeah. Got to have it here. Director Myers, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, and we have one last recognition. Douglas County High School teacher Rich McCarthy, please come on up and join me up here, along with Principal Tony Kappas and Assistant Principal Diane Shuck. Come on up. Stand this way so you can be in the middle. There we go. Last month at the 2023 Colorado State DECA Conference, Rich McCarthy was named the 2023 Colorado Business and Marketing Teacher of the Year. Rich will represent Colorado at the DECA International Career Development Conference in Orlando in April. What a huge honor. Congratulations to you, and we are so grateful for all you do for our kids. Tell us a little bit about how you got involved in this and what it means for you.
Well, I got involved after doing the real world experience for about 9 years. Came to pass on my knowledge because I felt like students needed real life experiences, and I bring plenty of real life stories, for better or worse, to these students. And every day in my class, I try to make it real world, give them real world experiences, and get them a head start and fail without the fear of losing their job or a sale, like I did many times over the 15 years of my career. So, and it's awesome to have the backing of Principal Kappas and Assistant Principal Shuck because they believe in the program and they see the value.
They do, and I'm sure they have a few words to say about you.
Well, we nominated Rich without him knowing, and with the help of his students who believe fully in what he does daily. It was an honor and a privilege to nominate him for this award, and hands down, he won it and represented our district beautifully, and it was just a great thing, and he's grown our program exponentially over the years, and we're taking 25 with us to Florida in this month, at the end of the month, to compete. So we're excited of all the things that Rich has done, and his real world experience absolutely is incredible, but his relationships with the kids is second to none.
Oh, well stated. I could not be more proud of Rich. He's an amazing individual. The kids will love him. He's kind of the Pied Piper. He can lead them anywhere. And, you know, what's interesting is when we go to competitions, whether it be local or across the state or nation, he's well recognized, well respected, and he's one in a billion, and we're fortunate to have him in our program. Congratulations.
Thanks.
And Director Williams is here with your award. Okay, and we're going to do a quick picture. Okay, one more round of applause for our 3 award recipients. Thank you so much. That concludes our awards for tonight.
Okay, moving on to item number 7, the acceptance of agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to amend our agenda to include an information-only item regarding next steps for the Marshall versus Douglas County School Board lawsuit, and also to modify the order of our agenda to have item number 11, the equity updates and Hanover summary results, move prior to superintendent reports.
Okay, can we split those into two motions, Director Ray? That's not one motion, right? That's two separate motions, correct?
To amend the agenda, I was doing it as one motion,
Okay.
but if you prefer, we
Yeah,
can.
let's, if you don't mind, if we, friendly suggestion, we'll split those and we'll
Sure.
vote on each item. So we have a motion from Director Ray to amend the agenda to, if I got it right, to have a plan forward for the Marshall engagement, but not to discuss, to be, okay?
Yeah, I'll repeat that amendment.
Thank you.
To include an information-only item regarding next steps for the Marshall versus Douglas County School Board lawsuit.
Okay. And so let's dispose of that motion and then we'll entertain the second one since one's not subsequent to the other. Do we have a second for the motion as stated by Director Ray?
Second?
I'm sorry, Director Meek? Okay, with any discussion on that prior to voting? Director Hansen?
Just to clarify, and I apologize, I've been running around all afternoon and I haven't had a chance to get through all of my email, but I see there is an email requesting dates for a special meeting regarding a discussion on the Marshall lawsuit. So I just want to make sure I understand, are we talking about it tonight in lieu of a special meeting in addition to?
No, I can ask for Director Ray to clarify it. I don't believe
I think it's
that's
just
the
an
case.
opportunity for us to actually commit to that meeting, Director Hansen, as well as discuss the agenda for that meeting so that our public is aware that that meeting occurs as well. So no, I don't anticipate that we would actually get into that agenda that is intended for that special meeting, rather than just making a public statement.
Okay, great, thank you.
Other director discussions? Director Meek?
So I didn't respond to the calendar request because I thought we were meeting tonight, and I wasn't sure if anything new has transpired since last time we spoke. And so I think it would be really helpful for me to understand where that lawsuit stands in regards to scheduling a meeting.
Yeah, and my comment before we vote on the motion would be, I forget which director just mentioned it, I think Director Hansen, my intent was to have the board secretary poll for availability. If we could find out when we could get 7 directors together, live and or virtually, and our counsel, for the matter, Jeffrey Blue, the intent was to have a special meeting to maybe preemptively answer Director Ray's question about that. It would only be 2 things. It would be an executive session because I believe we would all benefit before coming out and voting or doing anything about that matter. We get an update from our lawyer in this matter, and then we would come out and have a public discussion of where we stand, if there's any offers, and if required, we would take a vote on that in public. So that would be my intent for a path forward, and maybe that precludes amending the agenda, but that's what I would intend to do as the president, since we control meetings and schedules. Director Meek.
Yeah, so I guess I just wasn't sure why we needed to schedule it 3 weeks from now versus has something happened? Do we know? Can we not just tack it on to an existing meeting we had tonight? We have another meeting before the 3rd week in April. So that's why I thought it would be helpful to understand the timing of the request.
I don't want to go into other matters that are being discussed in executive session, but I'm simply making sure that any matters that may be related to this are completely resolved before we would schedule a meeting. I think if we would have any other resolution, we may schedule it and just tack it on April 11th, but I don't know if that's going to be available, if that answers your question. Bottom line is, as soon as I think we should be able to have the meeting, we will schedule the meeting. If that is to add it to the April 11th agenda, then I will do so. If not, we will look to schedule a special meeting after April 11th. And hopefully that answers it for all directors. Bottom line is, as soon as we could vote, we will.
Yeah, I would just add that this is kind of the discussion I wanted us to have for the additional agenda items. So I'm thinking we're almost about 80% there. So, I mean, I think mostly it was just to be transparent to our public, that we do have next steps in mind, that we do have a meeting that we want to commit to have this conversation. So I think that was really my.
Yeah, and that conversation would be public. I actually had it in my notes to cover in the president remarks, but since we're covering it here, why not? You can either keep the agenda item or you can withdraw the motion like Director Ray, because we're.
Right. The only thing I'm wondering is if we can commit to a date, if we can, and I don't know that we need to do that now because this is not the appropriate place to do that, but I would still like us to have the discussion at least so the public knows when that date is before the night is over. So that would, so I would keep the motion on the table just for the sake of setting up the date for when this will be discussed.
Yeah, and again, before we vote on the motion, my recommendation would actually not to do that we try to align availability and then we actually schedule the meeting based on other events that need to occur, in my mind, before that meeting. But I will commit to, as soon as we know a date, we will notice it and we will get it out there. The earliest, I believe, we will be able to have that discussion is at the end of our regularly scheduled meeting on April 11th. If we cannot have it during that date, I will certainly include that in remarks on that meeting when we will be able to have it. But the intent is to do it as soon as possible and to have that discussion in public.
So since you seconded it, Director Meek, I mean, I'm willing to withdraw the motion because I feel like we accomplished the task, at least informing our public that there will be a subsequent meeting soon to discuss that. But I also will defer to you.
Yeah, it just seems like we could decide a date really easily with 7 of us sitting here in our calendars and save time. But if it's easier not to just set a date tonight, I'm fine with that as well.
So I'll withdraw the motion, assuming that we will hopefully commit to a date during our director reports this afternoon.
Yeah, either that or as soon as possible, because again, I don't know if the public needs to sit here and watch us go through all our calendars and stuff. I think we can all verbally commit to getting with the board secretary and finding a common date at the earliest possible time.
So I'll move to my next motion.
Second motion, yes, please.
The next motion is to modify the order of the agenda so that item number 11 occurs immediately after we've accepted the agenda, because as I understand that there's a time limit for the Hanover group to present that. So I was just recommending that it would happen before the superintendent reports.
Okay, we have a motion to amend the agenda to move item number 11 up to become the new item number 8. We'll get to that in a second. I need a second on the motion first.
Second.
Okay, so motion by Ray and second by Hanson. And now I will open it up for discussion. And my first question will be the superintendent. Are we ready to go with that presentation if we were to start it in a few minutes?
Hanover was planning on the time frame that we published on the agenda, so we do not have all the Hanover folks online yet because they were planning on starting at a certain time, and they were planning on the time frame that President Peterson put in the agenda. So I don't believe we'll necessarily run out of time either.
Director Meek.
So I think we received an update from you that there's a hard stop at 6:30 and the agenda is scheduled to go longer than that. Do you have an update on their availability?
I think they're going to be fine.
Yeah, we adjusted that with them when we finalized the agenda to make sure that they could accommodate the agenda. And I appreciate everyone being willing to move them before public comment so that we could do that. So they have the time allotted that is allotted for them on the agenda.
So again, I will withdraw the motion if that's the logistic, if that's okay with Director Hanson. And then I will put forward a new motion to accept the agenda without further amendments.
Second.
Yeah, the last motion was by Ray and the second by Meek to accept the agenda without amendment. I don't think we need any discussion. I will take the roll. Hanson.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Okay, agenda passed 7-0. We will now move into item number 8, superintendent update. And we've allotted 10 minutes.
15.
Thank you for both. Yes, 10 minutes for the first part.
Okay, so we just want to welcome everyone back from spring break. We also want to acknowledge that it has been a really challenging couple of weeks and that our hearts go out to the families of everyone impacted by the horrific events in both Nashville and Denver. We also want to express gratitude to our school leaders, our staff, our school resource officers, and our law enforcement partners for helping us continue to keep our schools safe every day. We have some student celebrations. I could seriously talk about our student celebrations for 50 minutes, so I had to narrow it down to just a few. So if I left your celebration out, I'm so sorry. Can only do so many, but we are so proud of our kids. At DECA, we had state champions, and they will be going to the nationals. Our students, we had students that made All-State in choir, jazz, and band. We are sending hundreds of students to the TSA, Technology Student Association, and FBLA, Future Business Leaders of America, state competitions. We had students compete at the CHASA 5A speech and debate competition. The state champions were from Mountain Vista and Rock Canyon and will be heading to nationals. Thunder Ridge High School competed in the culinary and management categories of the Pro Start State Championship and took first place in management. They also received a hospitality trophy, and they also will be going on to compete at nationals. And finally, this is just really neat. Our Chaparral significant needs, students with significant support needs and their teachers hosted a fundraiser at Applebee's in Castle Rock, and they personally served a pancake breakfast to 250 Chaparral parents, families, and community members. Super cool. A couple of quick updates about our Legacy campus. Enrollment is almost at capacity, which is 400 students. We actually have wait lists now for aviation, CNA, and EMT. Each student at Legacy campus will receive an average of 6 to 10 college credit hours. That's over 2,000 credit hours in total. And just as a reminder, the Legacy campus is 175,000 square feet as a result of selling Cantrell, which I will talk about in a minute. We have 4,200 square feet at the Legacy campus will be used for staff. Everything else is for students. So that's 98% for students and 2% of this 2.4% of the square footage for our staff. There is also a dedicated classroom at Legacy campus for our bridge program, so they can do work-based kitchen experience, and we have dedicated budget to be able to run that program and that experience. Finally, 60% of our programs at the Legacy campus do not have any kind of prerequisites, so they really are open to access for all of our students. A couple of events I want to just mention. Our Apple Award reveal party is on Saturday at Legacy at 7:30 p.m. And I know most of you are attending, so thank you for that. We're really excited to celebrate our teachers and staff. We had a dyslexia parent engagement event last week. It was very well attended, and we appreciated the opportunity to be able to engage with our parents. And finally, our CMAS testing is starting this week. Now, I do want to read out our John Irwin Award winners and our Governor Distinguished Improvement Award winners, because this is huge. We had 46 awards, which is the most that I believe we've ever had, and it's one of the highest numbers in the state. So the following schools won both the John Irwin Award and the Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award: Arrowwood, Gold Rush, Heritage, Lone Tree, Northridge, Stone Mountain, Summit View, Timber Trail, and Trailblazer. That is a huge accomplishment to win both of those awards. The following schools won the Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award: Castle Rock Elementary, Flagstone, Global Village Academy, Iron Horse, Legacy Point, Sage Canyon, Soaring Hawk, and World Compass Academy. The John Irwin Awards went to Academy Charter School, American Academy, Bear Canyon, Ben Franklin, Buffalo Ridge, Challenge to Excellence, Copper Mesa Cougar Run, Eagle Ridge, El Dorado, Mountain Ridge, North Star Academy, Parker Core Knowledge, Platte River Charter Academy, Ranch View, Rock Canyon High School, Saddle Ranch, STEM School, Highlands Ranch, and Wildcat Mountain Elementary School. And finally, Rock Canyon High School was also recognized with the Growth Award for high schools. So just a huge shout out to our schools, our teachers, our leaders, and our awesome system. And with that, we're going to give you a couple of quick PowerPoints.
And Rich Cosgrove may come up here to just help me answer questions. So I wanted to give you and our public some quick insight into a few items on the consent agenda. We have been informing you as the Board of Education of these items, but since they're on the consent agenda, giving the public an insight into what these items mean, we thought would be useful. So really quick, as you know, we are in the process of selling our Cantrill support building to the town of Castle Rock. It's almost done, so close. And it is one-time revenue for us. It avoids us having to pay $3.6 million in capital improvements. Cantrill will be honored as the amazing historic building that it is by the town of Castle Rock and as part of our history, both of Castle Rock and our school districts. We pay about $70,000 a year to just operate Cantrill, so that is a savings for us. And as I mentioned, the staff will be relocating to the Legacy campus. The Castle Pines, we have been in the process of trying to sell the Hidden Point school site to the city of Castle Pines since 2021. We are finally in a position to get that done. As a reminder, the Hidden Point school site in Castle Pines has power lines right through the middle of it and over the top, so there is no way we will ever build a school on that site. It is one-time revenue of $486,000. And the city of Castle Pines will be putting it to good use as part of their park initiative over there. It'll be near the park use, like I said, park use as part of being near that park that's in Hidden Point. And then finally, a little bit about the Wilcox building and property. We are going to be leasing our parking lot space in the back to a hotel that's opening up nearby during non-work hours and non-Board of Education meetings hours. So we, of course, get it for all of our uses, but the parking is very much at a shortage. And so we will be able to have some shared maintenance of that parking lot as well as some much needed revenue. In addition, just to introduce the idea, the town of Castle Rock and our district and the Economic Development Council are starting to have talks about a vision for what the future might look like in terms of preserving Wilcox and the beautiful history of our building, but also meeting the needs of the town as the town grows and develops to make sure that we have a great partnership that could be really beneficial for the school district. So those conversations are just in the idea phase and just starting. So the sale of both the Hidden Point site and a couple of items pertaining to Cantrill, which you already had known about, are on your consent agenda, but I wanted to give our public some insight. So if there aren't any questions, that will conclude my superintendent remarks.
Questions for the superintendent? All right, thank you very much, Superintendent Kane. And like I said, 10 minutes. So we're actually in at 8 minutes and 21 seconds. So congratulations. Now moving into item number 10, if we are ready, the Educational Equity Path Forward presentation, if we have the folks here to do so.
Should have just stayed here and kept the microphone on. Okay, so I'm going to give you just a really high level information about kind of the path forward with responding to the resolution by the Board of Education. And the very first step, of course, was to collect feedback from our staff and community. And so that will be part of the Hanover presentation. And then in response to that feedback, we'll talk a little bit about what our response to that feedback will look like. So we are starting by just centering ourselves on our mission and our vision and our ends. So the mission of Douglas County School District is to provide an educational foundation that allows each student to reach his or her individual potential. When we are talking about the educational equity policy and all of the implications around the educational policy, the educational equity policy, it actually has tentacles that reach every single one of the board ends, because we're talking about resources, we're talking about taking care of every single student, we're talking about belonging, and so all of the ends are reached through the implications of the educational equity policy. I skipped a slide, or I deleted it. Sorry. I can't go, yeah, can you send me back one? Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm sorry. So next steps. Hanover's presentation tonight, they will present the feedback results and findings from the focus groups and the survey. Staff will bring forward recommendations on April 25th. The further we dug into the implications of the educational equity policy and the feedback from our community, the more it really touches so much of what our school district does. And so what we will be producing, staff, we will produce an ADBR, so a regulation around ADB. And ADBR will cover the following areas: academics, student wellness, human resources, resource allocation, and parent engagement. And we'll touch the policies that are related to those areas. So at the very least, ADBR will highlight policies that we have in these areas. And in some cases, in many cases, we will actually come forward with recommendations regarding policies in some of these areas to sort of bring it all together. Our recommendations will be reviewed in advance by the Equity Advisory Council on April 12th, the DAC on April 20th, the SAG on April 17th. I left the SAG out of my initial slide deck inadvertently, and DLT, our district leadership team, on April 6th. And then I do not know why I'm having so much trouble clicking. Okay. And the staff recommendations in ADBR will reference the following policies in various areas. So all of these policies will either be highlighted, not necessarily with recommended changes, but highlighted as part of responding to key findings from the Hanover research, or in some cases, minor red lines. In the case of our prevention of bullying policies, you've known for a while that we've been working on those, and those tie again directly into belonging and educational equity, and so those will have some pretty significant red lines. So we'll go through each of those on April 25th along with our recommendations. We do not anticipate at this time as staff recommending changes to ADB, because I know that President Peterson and Director Hansen are working on looking at ADB. So we are focusing on ADBR and then everything that kind of connects to ADBR. And actually, as we've gotten into it, it's been kind of neat work because it brings so many aspects of our school district together, and it really is about our kids, and that's been really fun to look at. So with that, I'm going to let Matt introduce Hanover to kind of give you part one. Take a minute.
Okay, so none of them are on? None of them are on, sir. Okay, so we've got a few minutes before they were scheduled to join us. They're following really to the minute here. 7 of their team will be joining us. So I'm going to first introduce our account manager first, and then he's going to do broad introductions. But we'll have to see.
What time did we tell?
6:40.
So should we take this 5 minutes now?
We can take a 5-minute recess, so we are back in place to start exactly at 6:40.
Perfect,
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 11, the equity updates and Hanover survey. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Reynolds.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to allow everybody to jump online. We have several folks from Hanover joining us this evening to be able to help with the presentation. I'm going to be driving and they are going to be narrating. So we're going to see how this goes. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce Jesse Hokanson, who is our primary account manager. And he's going to introduce the rest of the members of his team. Jesse.
Hi, Matt. Thank you. Thank you to Donnell and Aaron as well, and the Board of Education for the invitation to join your meeting this evening. So before we dive into our research findings, I'd like to provide just a brief introduction to Hanover Research and our partnership with Douglas County School District to give some context for why we are here this evening. So as Matt mentioned, my name is Jesse Hokanson, and I am the Relationship Director here at Hanover on behalf of our partnership with DCSD. Meredith Melson is our Managing Director, also from the account management team, and we make up part of our account team for DCSD, while the other part is made up of our colleagues who are also on this call, Dr. Susan Groundwater, Senior Research Advisor, K-12 Research and Professional Services, Mary Catherine Marr, Senior Content Director, Dr. Molly Hamilton, Managing Director of Education Survey, Brianna Stewart, Content Analyst, Qualitative Team, and Jennifer Campbell, our Content Director. So as an overview, Hanover is a membership-based custom research and data analytics firm. We're located outside of Washington, D.C. in Arlington, Virginia. We support 400 school districts, educational agencies, and departments of education in our K-12 practice by conducting custom research projects designed to identify best practices, gather feedback, analyze data, and benchmark peers. So school districts partner with Hanover to support them with a wide variety of challenges in areas such as program evaluation, strategic planning, as well as equity by providing access to deep research expertise, advising support, and a third-party objective lens. So when working with clients, our account teams lean on a bench of 200 or so full-time research employees with expertise in data analytics, survey design and analysis, qualitative research involving in-depth interviews and focus groups and secondary research. We've worked closely with DCSD on a wide range of topics since around 2013, from looking at school start times to evaluating various programs, and most recently conducted focus groups and a survey, which we'll be discussing tonight. After we conclude our presentation, we'll allow some time for Q&A. But for now, I will turn things over to my colleague, Mary Catherine, to kick us off. Mary Catherine?
Great. Thanks, Jesse. We're really excited to be here to be able to share the results of the Educational Equity Policy Survey and the focus groups as well. We'll be starting with the survey, but I did just want to touch on that we conducted 2 analyses because we do recommend that mixed methodological approach to a topic to be able to provide that comprehensive perspective. The results of both of these analyses are really to provide a baseline for the perceptions of different individuals throughout the district and the community, and then to use those baseline perceptions to be able to guide action and next steps. For this particular survey, we were surveying parents, staff, students grades 6 and above, and our community members. And the participants were only shown the survey questions if they had read the resolution and the board policy. So the participants are informed participants as they were going through the survey. The main goals of this survey in particular were to answer what those individuals wanted to see happen and not happen in terms of the implementation of the board policy, and then what positive impact on staff and students do those individuals want to see from the implementation of the policy. We also highlighted any potential concerns that were noted throughout the results or the respondents' comments, and then the specific metrics that those individuals would like to see to measure the impact of the implementation of the policy. I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Dr. Molly Hamilton, to provide a little bit more insight into survey sampling and our approach here.
Great. Thanks very much, Mary Catherine. And thank you for having us here tonight. Mary Catherine gave you a little bit of an overview of what was included in the survey. I'll talk to you in a little bit more depth about how it is that we craft our surveys here at Hanover. In this case, the survey was primarily developed by a survey specialist on my team who has a PhD in educational psychology and was published research on equity. It was also reviewed by multiple other members of my team to ensure that we were capturing the correct information in an unbiased way. In all of the questions after we got past the screeners that Mary Catherine referenced, respondents were given the option to select their response from a menu of options and also to provide a write-in response if they could not find their preferred response in that list. At the end of the survey, they were also asked to provide additional comments about the policy in an open-ended format. Because we often get questions about our survey process, I want to give you a little bit more information on that before passing it back over to Mary Catherine to discuss the results. When we design surveys, we use a balance of open and close-ended questions to capture as much information as we can without respondents quitting because the survey is too long. We've all taken those very long surveys and it can be incredibly painful. Close-ended questions where you select responses from a menu of options are great because we can show you graphs of the results and we can easily compare numbers. If we see that 15% of respondents prefer option A and 85% of respondents prefer option B, we can draw really very strong conclusions there. On the other hand, open-ended questions are great because they can give more nuanced information. Unfortunately, they don't allow for those clear comparisons because people can and do say whatever they want in those spaces. Neither question type is perfect, which is why we use both. And in every survey we do, some respondents wish there were more close-ended questions and some wish that there were more open-ended questions. I'm sure that is true in the audience today. And the fact that there are people wanting both of those things suggests that we did the right thing by getting that just in the middle. Districts and respondents also sometimes have concerns about the validity of our data. As I described before, we design our surveys based on solid research on the topics, as well as following best practices in survey design. We can't guarantee that everybody read the policies that we link to, and if we were to tell you that we could make that promise, that would not be true and you should not listen to us. We did our best to make sure that they did, and we did the best that we could. We did the best that anybody could to make sure that that happened when collecting data. Additionally, we sometimes get questions because an individual tried to take the survey multiple times, and sometimes that's possible. There are concerns that then the individuals can stuff the ballot box. I want to reassure you that while people sometimes can and do take the survey multiple times, we use data cleaning procedures to make sure that we are not counting those individuals multiple times in the analysis. In addition to our own data cleaning procedures, the software that we use, which is called Qualtrics, also has those quality control methods in place. Additionally, based on our years of experience with survey data, we look for patterns that flag a response as questionable. And if a response is questionable in enough ways, we won't include that particular response in our final analysis. Finally, sometimes we get questions about our own bias when fielding surveys, which is a completely reasonable thing to wonder about. Prior to education, my background is in political science. The first thing we learned on the first day of graduate school is not to let your politics get in the way of valid data analysis because no one will ever trust your data again. Something that stuck with me for years. It's what I instill in my team. And it's more broadly what Hanover does and what Hanover believes. In our personal lives, we support whatever political positions we support, just like each of you. But in our work lives, our allegiance is first to unbiased data. We're researchers and we like to draw conclusions from numbers. That's just what we do. I will now pass it back over to Mary Catherine to talk about the results from the survey.
Thanks, Molly. Okay, so in terms of the results from the survey, because I know that there is also typically a question for those who participated in the survey. And I did just want to note here, we can see that the analysis included 3,970 respondents, and that's an aggregate from all of those individuals that were qualified to participate in the survey. We see that as a strong sample, and that a sample that we can draw reliable conclusions from. I will note, and on the next slide, we can see that any conclusions drawn from a small sample size, so any of those counts that are less than 20 individuals, we recommend interpreting those with caution. And for any that are less than 10 individuals, we actually are not showing that data to you. So we do have a data supplement that accompanies this analysis, but in order to preserve the anonymity of the respondents that participated, we do not show any groups that are fewer than 10 individuals. So taking a quick look on the next slide at our survey sample, we can see that we had a significant number of parent and guardians participate. We had 68% who were parents and guardians, and followed by staff members, students, and community members. This is a typical trend that we would see when we're conducting surveys with districts across the country, that we have an overwhelming number of parents and guardians participate and fewer staff and students. In this case, because students were grade 6 and above, this is a sample size that would make sense. Looking at the results of policy implementation, this is really what those respondents are hoping to see from the implementation of the board policy. And we can see that about 2/3 of respondents are really hoping to see curriculum that promotes critical thinking and problem solving, and a historically accurate and comprehensive social studies curriculum. This is something that came up in the survey, and this is something that also comes up in the focus group analysis that we'll touch on a little bit later. So these were the top 2 responses that respondents were really hoping to see as a result of the implementation. Notably, when we were looking at the equal outcomes for all students as a potential result, students were more likely than the staff and parents to hope that this would be a result. This is also a common trend in our surveys, in that if a question specifically applies to one particular group, we're going to see more of that particular group respond favorably to that. As you can see in this chart as well, it is only presenting the top 12 answer options. So anything that was lower than 42% of interest in that being the result from the implementation, that is displayed in the accompanying data supplement, but it is not displayed here. Now, looking at the key findings for the effects on students and staff, we were looking at just over half of respondents that indicated that the implementation may lead to a decrease in instances of bullying and harassment. So that was very positive in the sense that overwhelmingly there was this perception that this policy would have that impact on bullying and harassment in a positive way. When we do look at the school administrators as compared to instructional certified staff, they are reporting that this implementation will lead to decreased instances of bullying and harassment at a higher percentage or higher rate than the instructional certified staff. So they're really confident, school administrators are really confident in the decreased instances of bullying and harassment. Also looking at the disaggregated results by parents and staff regarding the implementation of the policy and the effects on students and staff, parents do have a slightly less positive perception of the positive effects of the implementation of the policy. Looking ahead at the concerns of the policy implementation, this is something that we always want to be cognizant of, but looking at the politicization of school curriculum and the school environment. These were the top 2 concerns that the respondents selected, and almost 60% selected both of these as the top concerns. So taking a look at that, this was a concern for all groups. However, parents were more likely than staff and more likely than students that they were concerned about either of these factors. So most of the concern was coming from that parent group. However, both staff and students were still concerned that this policy could lead to potential politicization of the school curriculum and school environment. And now looking at the metrics to measure impacts, many respondents noted here and also noted in the focus groups that the metrics were really, really important to be able to ensure year over year that the policy was having the desired impact on students and staff. Some ways that respondents noted that Douglas County should measure and evaluate the impact on students was through student achievement and growth data and student perception data. Staff recruitment and retention data was also noted in the top 3, so we do want to highlight that. But ensuring that the district was taking a look at not only student achievement and growth data, period, but when we'll look at the focus groups, we'll see that really having that disaggregated data for student achievement and disaggregated data for student discipline was really a useful way to be able to ensure or understand whether the board policy was having an impact or in what level of impact that was having on students and staff. Some additional information. This is where respondents would like to have additional information related to the policy. There was some ambiguity that we gathered that a lot of different participants, both in the focus groups and through the survey, wanted to have more transparency regarding proposed policy or procedural changes, wanted to have more transparency about the purpose of the policy and just have a better understanding of kind of next steps. This is really highlighted here in terms of just understanding, okay, what am I expecting to see? 50% are saying that they really want to see those proposed policy and procedural changes and get that additional information and transparency on that. Also the criteria for adopting new curricular materials and resources. Since having diverse curricular materials and having curricular materials that promote critical thinking was noted in one of our other questions as one of the top areas of concern. Respondents really want to understand how those materials are being adopted and selected as well. And then, like I touched on already, with those implementation plans and how those are going to be implemented potentially differently at different grades or different schools. So those are the findings that we have, or the high-level findings from our survey. I do want to shift to our equity focus groups where we are really rounding out the findings from the survey and getting a deeper understanding of the perspectives from different individuals. These focus groups really, the goal was to understand the community's thoughts and perceptions on the policy, but at a much deeper level and support the implementation and next steps. The focus groups were a facilitated conversation among district and community members. There was an array of individuals who participated. We conducted 10 focus groups with 74 individuals, including students, community members, staff, employees, and committee council group members. We asked very similar questions to the survey in the sense of understanding what positive impacts these individuals wanted to see for the implementation of the policy, what potential questions or concerns they had, and then what metrics they wanted to see used to be able to measure the implementation, and then the recommendations for the district for those next steps for implementation. I'm going to pass it to Brianna to talk a little bit about our approach to sampling and then how we uncovered the trends that we'll talk about from the focus groups.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mary Catherine. So yes, just to echo some of the things that Mary Catherine shared, Hanover worked with Douglas County to determine that focus groups were the best method for collecting this data. And the reason for that is because focus groups really allow for this these in-depth conversations to occur in ways that is not necessarily possible with, maybe interviews or even a survey. Typically at Hanover, we do about 90-minute focus groups with participants ranging from 7 to 10 participants. And that's to, again, really allow for these deep conversations to happen and kind of unpack the reason why people have perceptions in certain areas. For the focus groups that we conducted for Douglas County, we actually did 60 minutes to kind of accommodate some of the other intricacies of this project, which included meeting with some of the committee groups and council member groups that had established meeting times. And so we were able to meet during those meeting times to just further convenience everybody in those groups. So to give a little bit of a background about some of the recruiting and sampling procedures we used, I will provide some examples to hopefully make this a little bit easier. Of the 10 groups that Mary Catherine mentioned, we at Hanover recruited 3 of those groups. The other 7 groups were recruited for by Douglas County. So I'm just going to focus on the recruiting practices that we used to recruit for the 3 groups that we were in charge of. And that was one of the staff groups, a community group, and a student group. And so again, our target was to include 10 participants for each of these groups. And so when we reached the max participants, meaning we reached 10 signups for each group, we closed off the link and informed those that were still interested in participating that they could be added to a wait list. And if we had a spot open up, that they would be emailed and contacted for participation in the group. Because for some of the groups, it was a community-wide recruit. Again, these signups were on a first come, first served basis. So depending on when people saw the link or clicked on the link, they were the first people to be able to participate in this group, but everybody had an equal opportunity of receiving this information. And so a little bit more about this process to provide kind of a more concrete example. Since, again, our focus groups only allowed for 10 participants, for the student group specifically, we had a list of over 5,000 student names that the county provided us with. And so our research participant coordinator basically randomizes a list to create a fair sample. And so we reach out to typically 200 people at a time so that we don't over recruit. And basically once we've exhausted that 200 list and we don't have enough, we reach out to the next 200 people on that list to get to the 10-person limit that we have. So again, essentially all people, all students, all 5,000 students had an equal opportunity of being contacted to participate in the study. But by randomizing it, we have to keep it limited to accommodate for the group size. Additionally, kind of thinking about some of the groups that were included, and the way we analyze this data, we broadly coded the information shared within the focus group to correspond to the questions that were included in our guide. So we asked questions like perceptions of the policy, perceptions of educational equity within the county, how people want to see the policy implemented, and then what metrics should be used to measure the implementation of this policy. So again, after kind of reviewing those broad codes to look for patterns and themes within these large topics, we were then molding those into kind of the key findings, which Mary Catherine will now get into next.
Great, thanks, Brianna. So touching on the key findings, I'm going to talk a little bit about the findings for the policy itself, the current state of educational equity within the district, implementation, and then some recommendations for tracking the implementation. So first, looking at the policy itself, participants were really happy that there's the focus on the policy right now, but there was a wonder as to why there was not this previous focus on implementation of a policy like this. There was a perception that this policy is a starting point, but some concern about historic inaction and the need to really ensure that the district is taking action in this instance. Perceptions were that the policy was very inclusive, but there was some ambiguous language and potential unclear purpose regarding the policy, in the sense that people were defining equity in the way that they thought that it meant, based on their individual perspectives or experiences, and that there needed to be a bit more common knowledge and common language around DEI and some of the other terms that were being used. moving on to the current state of educational equity, many participants noted experiences with inequities within the district. Students in particular noted instances with harassment or microaggressions. There was also some comment to inequities in the system and how resources were allocated across different schools or for different programs. One other note regarding the current state was the potential concern or the need to evaluate staff alignment with the community demographics. So just ensuring that those staff were in alignment with any updated community demographics and the diversity of the community. Looking at the implementation, one concern is that this could be impacted by any outside influences such as politics or national narratives, and that these may play a greater role than the district individuals or the community individuals themselves in the implementation of the policy. Schools did want to ensure that they had the district's support with the implementation, and some specific ways that participants want to focus on the effectiveness of the implementation were considering reporting structures and noting potential challenges in those reporting structures, ensuring that structures are put in place that everyone can trust and that ensure accountability for individuals' actions. And what I touched on previously was evaluating the curriculum for diversity and for cultural awareness, and really embedding that into the curriculum in the equity in the implementation process. And then when we look at tracking the implementation or those specific metrics to monitor the effectiveness, one thing that participants noted was that these types of focus groups were really helpful. They really liked the opportunity to share their voice in this type of setting. So conducting these types of analyses longitudinally to be able to track progress over time was also really in alignment with the participant recommendations. Potentially also conducting equity data analyses to look at academic and discipline data to be able to disaggregate that data based on those specific student groups. And that really aligns with that concern about tracking those specific metrics and being able to identify support for different groups and potential progress for different groups as well. Being able to just continue to share voices and experiences and then elevate those challenges and those trends in the sense of the transparency was really a highlight from participants. And being knowledgeable of any potential updates to policies or potential updates with the implementation to really support with that transparency of the data. Something like what we're doing today, where we're presenting the findings out, where you've shared out the data supplement and the findings from the survey and the focus groups. That was noted as something that was really appreciated by participants. So I touched on all of these different items, but I do want to allow a bit of time for questions, and that could be related to the survey and related to the focus groups or any combination of either of those. We're happy to address anything related to the methodology, our approach, or the specific findings.
Okay, right at 30 minutes. So with that, I will definitely open it up to directors for any questions and comments they may have. Just a recommendation, stick to the survey. While we have Hanover here, interpretation of results, we will get into a extended discussion of any potential changes, things like that in the next series of meetings when we bring those things forward. So with that, I'll open it up to any directors or the question Hanover or staff, Mr. Reynolds, Superintendent, about the findings and the survey and analysis. Director Wright, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for providing us this time with you. I really appreciated the overview of the two different ways to ask survey questions. multiple choice versus the open-ended. And my wondering is about those open-ended questions. My recollection was taking the survey that there was a statement made to the survey taker that those questions would be conveyed verbatim, and even a cautionary statement about, don't put identifiable information in those comments, and is my recollection. So my question really is, why haven't we been provided those comments verbatim? Because I know our stakeholders invested a great deal of time of wording those in a certain manner and trying to message in a certain manner. And while I appreciate that your group has kind of done a high interpretation of the themes of those comments, I'm just wondering why we didn't get the comprehensive, detailed comments, that all of the comments that were made in those open-ended questions.
Sure, I would be happy to take that one. We did tell respondents that we would keep their responses confidential. People don't tend to provide very good information if they think that everything is going to be shared with the district or shared with anybody. We redact survey responses in order to protect the identity. Redacting that information wasn't part of the scope of the work that we agreed to, and to include in the key findings. If that's something that the board is interested in, we can certainly follow up and have more conversations about how to make that happen. But it's not included because it wasn't part of the initial scope of work.
Okay, other directors? Director Meek?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I did have a question on slide 14. It mentions there were varying definitions and understandings about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Basically, there's a need to have common language and definitions, and the equity policy actually does that. So were people aware that the equity policy actually does provide common language around those terms?
I can address that. So in terms of ensuring that there's common definitions, I think that there was an appreciation for those that were included in the policy, making an assumption that those were specifically aware of those that were included in the policy. There was some recognition from some participants of the definitions that were included, but more broadly, kind of the ambiguity of how individuals were defining equity in a different sense, and kind of the purpose is something that needed a bit more clarity. So I think further definitions, not simply the DEI, but kind of taking it a little bit more broadly, and kind of taking and modeling what was done in the policy for that. But then also just a little bit more understanding and ensuring that everyone is on the same page about what educational equity means.
Yeah, and if I can follow up on that, mine was going to be a very similar question based on some of the stuff at the top of page 13 as well. Just when we talk about praise for definition of key terms, but yet there's some ambiguity in there. So if you could maybe just talk to that a little bit more. Did you just see a polarization in the responses where a certain group believed that it was concise and definitions were adequate, and then a different group believed the opposite? Or did you see a blurring with, thank you for giving me the definitions, but the same respondent said, okay, you defined it, but I don't understand how that links to implementation? If you could comment on that.
Definitely. And I think it's the latter, in terms of that same respondent praised, well, thank you for providing these key terms. But there's still kind of that connection to, okay, what does this mean? What is the purpose? And even taking those terms and applying one's own context and one's experiences to those meetings was something that we were seeing.
Okay, thank you. Other directors before I come back? Director Weiniger.
Can you just reiterate where we would find the responses to the open-ended part, is that more in the key findings? Is it kind of included in the graphs where you maybe double counted it there, or is the graph strictly the multiple choice answers?
The graphs are strictly the multiple choice answers.
Okay, so key findings would include some of those open-ended responses on the survey, or is that somewhere else?
So for this particular analysis, we were focusing mainly on the closed-ended questions for our findings. And we were focusing on the specific percentages that we were seeing for those closed-ended questions. However, in terms of some of the recommendations, we were tying in some of the open-ended trends that we were noticing. We did not do an open-ended coding. We did not do a full analysis of the open-ended questions. Instead, we were just providing those responses verbatim. We are capable of doing an open-ended coding of those responses and pulling out those trends. But as Molly indicated, that wasn't something that we had included within the scope of this particular analysis or this particular project, because we did do those focus groups to get that qualitative lens. And we felt that that was really comprehensive in that sense.
Thank you. So to do a coding would be another, like another charge on our end for you guys to do that. Okay.
It would be. Mm-hmm.
Other directors? We'll come back to Director Ray then.
With the focus groups, it sounds like a lot of it was pretty random in terms of first come, first serve. Am I understanding correctly, though, that there was no real intentionality around looking at balance of representation, whether it's ethnic representation or students with special needs or free and reduced lunch? Was there any analysis to ensure that those focus groups represented all our groups that are represented in the district?
So in terms of our sampling, I know Brianna touched on this, but we did a random sampling. So for that list of the 500 students, we were using a random sampling to ensure that we had those specific individuals to be able to participate. We strive to have a good mix of individuals, but we don't have a representative sample. So we're not looking to specifically align with the different demographics of different groups in this case, or that wasn't something that was part of the sampling in this case.
Director Meek.
On slide 17, where it has overall perspectives, I'm wondering, it's really interesting seeing some of the comments on here. They did align to some of the comments I heard at one of our Equity Advisory Committee meetings, where we had individuals talking about, I'm frustrated that the policy doesn't give action plans and steps and processes. And I think that's what I'm seeing up here on the screen. And it's really interesting because that's really not the job of a policy, right? And I think people start to confuse policy with the implementation piece. And it feels like our community is probably pretty frustrated that we're not further along with the being able to answer what are the action plans, what are the steps, what are the processes. And that really is in the realm of the superintendent's responsibilities. So I think what I'm reading here really does align with some of what I've heard in conversations, and I think there's a lack of understanding that that's really not the job of the policy. The policy is setting the stage so we can move forward. So I just thought that was interesting, and I'm wondering from Hanover, is that your perspective as well? Was part of the focus group to help explain that at all, or was it really just to listen, to understand perspectives?
Really good question. So the focus groups are really to understand perspectives, it's not to, explain the policy. I will say that I know you mentioned that these are kind of responses to the policy itself. I think that there was some hesitation in that they understood that this was the policy, and they were happy about this policy. And the policy itself had a lot of positives, but it was almost an assumption or kind of taking it a step further after reading it to say, okay, now I'm being asked about implementation, but what has there been done historically in terms of taking action for policies like this or related to an equity policy, or even, when this had been developed, kind of why have there not been steps or an action plan so far? So it wasn't necessarily in comment to the policy, but it was, if this policy already exists, making assumptions and internalizing what those next steps might be, or a concern about inaction for next steps.
Okay, and I thank you, Director Meek, for pointing out, and we don't or have not had an ADBR. That's something the superintendent alluded to in her next steps. And not so much as an information, but as a comment, the board maintains about, I forget, it's 85 or 95, I forget, out of our 295 policies, which the board maintains and does the what and why, where the superintendent and her staff are in charge of maintaining the rest of the policies. And many of our policies, if you look on our website, will have a letter code, and then there'll be a companion -R of the same policy, and that is the superintendent's interpretation. And not to oversimplify, but I agree with Director Meek. Our job is kind of the what and the why, and then the superintendent's policy, which must align to the board policy, usually starts moving a little bit towards the how things will get done. So hopefully that's something that we take out of here, and I think we heard it from the superintendent. We perceive a need for an ADBR to address some of those questions. My question, however, is related to slide number 8, if we can go there, Mr. Blair, and it's around metrics. It seems that if we're going to report out on what is going well, what is not going well, what could go better, and since we've been concentrating on as a board into putting monitoring reports into place, one of the things that I know have been discussed from this dais is what are the metrics around the equity sub-ends. And I thought it was interesting that everything that's scored above a third, so the top 4 lines are 37, 45, 53, and 59% respectively, are ironically things that are already being monitored under academic growth and achievement and number 1. So if you could comment on that, it seems like maybe inadvertently we already have some pretty solid metrics in place if these are the consensus metrics to measure equity in the district. And through your open comment in your forums, did you hear anything else that you'd like to comment on around metrics and how we should measure success and areas for improvement going forward?
Sure. So here, what we were collecting is what are those top ways that the district should measure, and just kind of taking a look at the first one in particular, the student achievement and growth data, looking at potentially a Healthy Kids survey, staff recruitment and retention data, and staff evaluation data. There are a lot of different ways that that data can be collected. For example, in this case, we can do a survey, which is perception data. We can do the focus groups, which is also gathering perception data, but then we can do a data analysis. So for the first one, there was that desire to be able to measure and evaluate student achievement and growth data, which can be done through perceptions, can be done through a data analysis. Tying this into the findings from the focus group, I think there's more of a desire to do a data analysis and to disaggregate the data by those student groups. I think that was the most significant piece of this. So while you may be tracking student achievement and growth data, it may not be disaggregated to see the potential impact on different student groups as this policy is being implemented, to see if there are potential inequities or potential gaps in how the policy is supporting or not supporting different groups.
One last quick follow-up about disaggregation. iReady and other data that Mr. Reynolds and other presents to the district is often disaggregated, and it's usually based on identity, male, female, different ethnic groups, things like that. Is there a recommendation, or was there recommendations by focus group or others to look at different ways to disaggregate data based on surveys, other pieces, things maybe around income levels, things around multiple parent, single parent households, and other things that may be more indicative? My personal view as one director has always been disaggregation of data is useful to more efficiently locate those individual students that may need a little bit extra resources or support to achieve their unique potential per our district mission. But was there any suggestion in the open forum sessions around better ways to disaggregate data that we aren't already doing?
There wasn't a suggestion in terms of other ways to disaggregate, at least not from what we gathered here. However, what you can see in the data supplement for the survey in this case is that we did disaggregate data not only by role, by grade band, but we also looked at special program participation, which is something that we typically recommend, looking at that English language development status, special education status, gifted and talented, free and reduced price lunch, and 504. So getting a better sense of how those students are perceiving different items based on their special program participation. And then we can also look at student achievement data and disaggregating it by special program participation as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Hansen.
Thank you for all of the work that you put into this, and especially for being here tonight for us. I was hoping that we'd have a chance to talk through in more detail the final 18 slides that were included in your presentation, but I know that we are running out of time, so I'm just wondering, I noticed a pretty consistent theme in that final summation included in those last 18 slides that really focused on student voice, and there was a pretty consistent narrative of students with concerns around our curriculum, around staff representing our actual population, how cultural differences are taught, and based on the slide about personal experiences that students were willing to share, I'm assuming you heard some hard stories to hear during that focus group process. And I also really appreciate that the students emphasized that they wanted to be a part of whatever the implementation of this policy looked like. I just want to give you an opportunity before we are not able to ask questions about this any longer, but I just want to see if there was anything else that the students really shared during your focus group process, or anything that really stood out to you as the experts in this research analysis or in this data analysis that would be valuable for us as a board from the student perspective.
Really good question. And I apologize for any confusion. I tried to ensure that we were touching on anything, so I kind of synthesized the findings from those last slides into those first key findings. So it's touched on, but you're right, I didn't go into as great of detail for some of these items related to students. The one thing I will say is that the students who participated were wonderful. They were very interested in sharing their voice. They wanted to provide as much information as possible to be able to support the district in improving policies, improving implementation of policy. Students were really frustrated in one sense that they didn't have an adult that they could go to, or someone that they could share any potential challenges that they experienced related to harassment or anything negative related to their educational experience with. So that was something that students did express specifically, that they wanted to be able to have a very concrete process to be able to report any challenges, and that they wanted to be able to have those individuals that they could trust with that information and know that that information would actually be addressed and that there would be accountability for any of those instances. So that was something that I I don't think I touched on. So I wanted to just note that.
Okay, directors, we have about 10 minutes left with the Hanover Group. And if you don't mind, I'd actually like to open it up to any staff as well, why we have the experts here if they were wondering about it. But go ahead, Director Meek. Superintendent Kane, anything from you or your staff? And then I'll come back to Director Myers.
Our staff had an opportunity to debrief with Hanover, so I want to make sure to give this time to the Board of Education. The only thing I would just add is that when we come back with our implementation plans and action steps, we will draw direct lines between the key findings and the various pieces of the presentation that you're getting tonight and the resulting implementation plan action steps.
Thank you, Superintendent. And I will go to Director Myers.
Just one thing, and I'm not sure if this is the responsibility of Hanover, but I know Director Ray and I last night heard loud and clear at SAG that the way this was sent out would not be attractive to students to fill out a survey. They aren't used to email. That's not how they're going to gather their information. So I'm wondering, with the lack of even, well, and that's not 3,970, it's not a lack of participation, but in a district this large, and I don't know, Matt, if this was on our district, how we implemented to get it out to the community and to staff and students, if there are other multiple methods that we can get a bigger representation.
Yeah, fortunately, I was present in the room listening to student advisory, and they always give great feedback about how to better connect with them. And I think that even resonates here where you hear the theme of this is a nice starting point. However, what's the next? And sort of, this is not the end of talking to folks and connecting specifically with this. And so just hearing their thoughts last night of, have you thought about looking at different engagement strategies? Have you thought about, and the student advisory group is a wonderful avenue for us to talk directly, but even they had broader perspectives of, using different social media strategies and things like that to be able to reach out to more. So I took feverish notes about what the future could relay in terms of connecting with our students. And also, I think the idea of doing focus groups locally with students resonated as well. And so I think they gave us a lot of things to look forward to to reach out to that specific stakeholder group.
Yeah, and for folks listening at home, sample size 3,970. Of that, we had 264 students respond. So that wound up being 7%. Director Myers.
And out of our students in SAG last night, what did we have, 2 out of 40 something that the rest didn't even, I guess, know about the survey? It's a delete type thing for students.
Yes, and we reached out to that group several times, so duly noted.
Other directors? Director Meek.
Yeah, sticking on the student voice strand, our student representative at the Equity Advisory Council said, sending out by email is not the right way, right? And so I think that's what led to focus group conversation that happened. And I think I just wanted to highlight when we had our community connections with our students, and we each spent time with the 4 different tables of students that we selected, each of those groups, unprompted, brought up this topic, basically, and the need to have policies and procedures in this area. And so, again, I feel like the feedback we receive from the students really does align with what we are seeing in these survey results. So my questions I have left really aren't for Hanover. It's more for board conversation. And so I'm not sure if we're ready just to have board conversation.
Yeah, let me just go last to any directors why we still have Hanover. I know their time is limited. They only have 5 minutes left, and that's the end of our time. So are there any more questions for the Hanover group while we're here? Okay, so with that, I'll actually thank you, Hanover Group, and thank you for all your effort to get us the best survey results, everything possible. Thank you for being our long-term partner in the district for, is it a decade now, since 2013? So thank you for a decade worth of partnering with us. And thank you for assisting the staff and assisting this Board of Education to try to get some good objective data on path forward. So thank you. A little round of applause for the Hanover folks. With that, we'll move to board discussions. Again, I'd like to keep it around the data because as I will come back to at the very end with president comments, we had a great presentation by the superintendent with a lot of stuff at the end of April. I would expect that because of a current injunction by a current judge, we only get to talk. It's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? One director can only talk to one other director about a particular topic outside of board meetings. So as I mentioned last time, my intent is to work with Director Hansen to assimilate all this data, to look at the focus group data, the objective data, and as Superintendent Kane said, to tie this back. And then the intent would be at the end of April to come back to this subject with any potential changes to an ADB policy. And at that time, we can discuss those as a board, first reading, wait a month, have a second reading after more input from the public and board members, and then hopefully come to a resolution. So only say that to set up, we're going to have lots of discussions around the path forward. But go ahead, Director Meek.
Sure, I appreciate hearing your vision for how this needs to move forward. So just some reactions. I think what I'm hearing from the presentation and the survey results is there is a frustration that we're not further along than we are. And speaking as one board member, I think it's because a resolution was passed 14 months ago, right, that directed the superintendent, and I have the language, directed the superintendent to recommend potential changes to board policy ADB. And so we're sitting here 14 months later, and I'm hearing we're not going to have the superintendent give us policy recommendations, which you heard me say I disagreed with initially. So I'm not complaining about that other than I feel like the resolution was passed, the board spoke, we asked the superintendent to give us policy recommendation changes, and now I'm hearing instead of that, board president and Director Hansen will go off and make recommended changes to a policy. So this is just different than what has been discussed. And for me to have a comfort level in that, I'd like to understand what kinds of changes you're envisioning and have a conversation because I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the suggested path that you have.
Okay, I'll certainly address that. And I think although the superintendent did not recommend directly to the board how to change policy ADB, what did come out of that is ADBR, which is in fact a superintendent's interpretation, if you will, and a companion policy around implementation. So I think at the macro level, that was achieved. Also, although the superintendent on behalf of her staff did not recommend specific changes, they did commission the survey, the focus groups, and all the years worth of work that went in, and I will consider Hanover's recommendations, and that's what I plan to draw the line back to. I think what you will see, and again, I wish we could do a little bit maybe more drafting as a group, but we're able to do that legally right now. So the reason I selected Director Hansen for the phone a friend is because she was here on the last board when the policy was written, and we're trying to produce a balanced approach, again, drawing back to a lot of these things. I think what you will see in there will reference the metrics that I just asked the group about to look at the priorities as indicated in the survey. And we'll get to have, again, the reason I want to move forward relatively slowly, but not too slowly on this, is I think we need to take at least a month to come up with a draft based on what we just heard tonight, and frankly, to see what the superintendent's going to report out in terms of ADBR. And then we get to let that sit with this board, have a robust discussion in public, give it a month, come back with any potential changes to that at the end of May, and then we'll vote if things need to go forward. So that's the intent.
So just to give you a little history, when this policy was developed, it went through greater feedback than we've ever done with a policy from what I've seen. There were multiple board work sessions there were multiple rounds of the policy going out and asking for feedback. I mean, it was far above and beyond what we have done in the past. And so I would be more comfortable with a board work session where we as a board are working together and trying to figure it out, because I don't have clarity on where your thinking is at this point in time. And I do think this policy deserves serious input and consideration. And so I'm struggling right now with where we need to go, because we should be 14 months beyond where we are today. We should have the regulation in place. We should have clarity in our system around all of this. It's critical work. It's critically important work. And so I'm just frustrated that we're not further along, and I'm not sure I see two board directors going off and working on some policy language changes as the right path.
Okay, thank you. And I do note that I think we got some really great information here. When we hear things like ambiguous or uncertain, I think we can improve upon it. We are at the end of our time, so let us move on to the next item, which is student comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Hanson, go ahead.
I would like to continue this discussion for at least another 10 to 15 minutes. I have some questions that I haven't been able to ask yet, and if I'm going to be a part of the, I have questions.
I'm sorry, without exception, if the board wants to extend for a few minutes. Okay, I see no objection. Go ahead, Director Hanson.
I am just concerned with potential timing problems. I know that you and I have talked about possibly putting some work in on really looking at the language of the policy between now and April 25th, but on our April 25th meeting, in the Path Forward document, it indicates that staff is going to provide comprehensive recommendations around the policy interpretation. I'm assuming that's policy interpretation as written, and I'm not sure that we're efficiently using staff time if you are anticipating changes to ADB. I'm also a little bit confused. I thought we were going to be getting superintendent feedback on areas that need clarification before we jump into that process. So the timing feels really not efficient to me at all. And then to Director Meek's comments, I am more than happy to step aside and do this work as a committee. Again, I thought that it would be more efficient to do this in smaller groups, but I have no individual owner. I am not going to fight anybody to do this. I would be more than happy to share the workload. And if that as a board is how we would like to move forward, I am more than happy to schedule a special meeting and do a work session to really talk through some of the specifics.
Superintendent Kane, I don't know if you want to respond to the schedule, the timing, and ADBR.
Sure. Yes, the staff's recommendations would be based on ADB as it is written, because based on the feedback, the clarity is really in the implementation and the actual action steps. And so that's the reason that staff doesn't have recommended changes. I am aware, we are aware from our last board meeting that President Peterson and you, Director Hanson, were getting together to talk about ADB. I think that's okay as long as the assumption is that there aren't any drastic changes, because I think that the connection between ADBR and ADB is based on the spirit of the policy being kept the same, and just so that is a little bit where I was coming from. Also, I was hoping that as you and Director Peterson look at language changes, just maybe keeping staff in the loop so that we can know how that would impact our possible ADBR recommendations.
Director Ray.
Yeah, I kind of want to echo a few things that Director Meek said. I was kind of taken by surprise at our last meeting too, that there was going to be a consultation between two directors to come back with recommendations for the policy. And because my understanding certainly of the survey results is we weren't asking constituents, do you think the policy should be changed? Were we asking for perceptions? We were asking for perceptions of positive and perceptions of concerns for implementation. And so I don't feel like the results provide this compelling argument that the policy needs to be changed. I mean, if anything, we have 80% of the people that responded see positive outcomes of the policy as written. We see 95% of our staff who see positive outcomes as the policy is written. I agree with Superintendent Kane in that her focus should be on ADBR, which to me is really the next link, if you will, that will provide clarity, that will take some of the ambiguity away that some people are referencing. I don't think we can do that concurrently. I think we need to allow the superintendent to do her work to talk about implementation plans with the policy as written. And then if we need to come back and say, you know, did ADBR somehow conflict with ADB, the policy, then we can have that conversation. But my understanding, at least, of the resolution was that it wasn't a given that we were going to change the policy. It was really for us to look at perspective to see if we need to communicate more clearly about the intent of the policy. But I think we're very premature to come back to this board and begin wordsmithing again. As Director Meek said, we spent a lot of time, our staff spent a lot of time with drafting this policy, and it just feels like that we're negating all of that work that was done by having two directors go and contemplate and then come back and say, well, this language we need to change. So for me, the results don't speak to policy changes. It speaks to getting clear about implementation, and it really anticipates the ADBR so that we can begin to say, yes, that's exactly what was intended with the policy. So I'm a little concerned too with the two director notion, and then come back and make your recommendations to the board. So,
Director Williams.
Yeah, so I guess I look at this information maybe a little bit differently, because I do believe that this actually is saying that the current policy is a little ambiguous. And I recognize that that can be clarified in an ADBR, and I think that we should do that. But I also think that as the survey results showed, this was a good starting point. I'm not suggesting that the policy goes away, but that we need to clarify and we need to put guardrails or something so that people can have a better idea. Because I think one of the other things is our community, when they go online, don't necessarily go to the R's. They go to the ADB. A lot of people don't know to dig further and look for the R's. And so when you just have the ADB policy there's not that clarity. And so I believe that there does need to be clarity. Now, whether we do that as a group or Director Hansen and President Peterson do that together and then bring it back, I'm open either way. But I do think from what we got that there does need to be some language changes.
Director Weininger, then Director Myers.
Just real quick, I just wanted to say the reason we passed this, or I was one that wanted to pass this resolution last year, was because there was a lot of concern, there was a lot of backlash on policy ADB, and sure, a lot of work got put into it, but something was missing to cause our community to get upset about this, and we just need to have this come together moment, because I know a lot of our community does share the same values and hopes for our kids. We just are misinterpreting somewhere, and so I think whether the superintendent has potential changes or not, the resolution says it's potential changes. It doesn't say it's going to have to be changes. And if those are going to be regulations around this policy, I'd love to see them, and I'd love our community's input around them. And yeah, I agree. Let's go from there and see if we want to all come together and change this policy. Let's see if we want to do a draft way. I'm open to either or, but for right now, next steps, I'm open to hearing the superintendent's actions to this resolution.
Director Myers.
So I'm going to piggyback on Director Weininger and hopefully be transparent and clarify, and this is in a response to when we started this conversation and Director Meek, they wrote this policy because of a national narrative that was happening in the whole nation, something about, that was coming down, and this was passed in April of 2021, and I believe and I feel strongly that our community spoke up and made sure that there were some concerns with what was happening in the district, and which was happening nationwide with the school districts maybe being more of a focus on an equity policy and not more focus on academics. And so and I believe that's why we were in here. We wanted to listen to why our community spoke to us, and we did pass the resolution, and I'm in agreement. If this needs to be done in a work session, I will work on it as a work session. Will we make every single person in our community happy? No. But I think that we can get a pretty good consensus knowing this community that we are focusing on their children, and that's in our mission and vision statement. All students. And I'm going to stand on the fact of being a teacher, and I would be mortified to think that people don't think as a teacher that I'm not being inclusive with all of my students. That's what teachers do. We are equity, we are diversity, and maybe those weren't the words we used, and I know we talked about the ambiguous wording, and I would tend to be on a more simplistic language so that everyone in the community understands, everyone aligns with it. But I don't think there's one person in this room that doesn't agree that all of our kids are important, no matter gender, color, kids with special needs, or whatever. We are here for our kids. So we're going to improve on this.
Thank you, Director Myers. Director Ray.
Could just ask Director Weiniger a question. And so when you see the results of this survey, and you specifically see that it says only 20% of the parents saw that there would be no positive effects, does that change your impression of all that you originally had, that there was this great backlash in our community? Because when I see a 20%, that doesn't say to me a huge majority of parents are feeling like this policy, it has negative implications. So I'm just curious, when you look at the results and you compare that to where you were when the resolution was passed, any change in your perception?
Yes, I think it's been calmed down more. And that's kind of more of what I was saying is we needed to calm it down. I think some people in this community felt that it was taking direction it shouldn't have, and it needed to be reeled in, and we all needed to come, not to be cheesy, but all come together and see where we all want it to go, rather than feeling like it was going somewhere it shouldn't go.
But we really haven't done anything different. I mean, the policy's still in effect. The policy hasn't changed. There hasn't been anything different other than a resolution and a survey for perceptual data. So
Correct. It was more of the implementation of the policy, and there was a different superintendent in place when this resolution was put. So it was different back then, is what I'm getting at.
And I would just advocate, so when we have a moving target and we say to our superintendent, work on ADBR and do implementation plans, and you heard her say, I hope there's not significant changes to the policy. I think to me that really resonates to say, why are we doing this concurrently? Why are we having staff do all this work to map out action plans and implementation when at the same time we're coming back and say, well, we might tweak this concept or this phrase? It doesn't really make sense to me logically that we would do that to our staff. So.
Yeah, and I'll speak to the comments by Directors Ray and Meek. The resolution requested input from the different superintendent when it was passed around the spirit of it was, if implementation doesn't seem to be living up to the potential of the policy, why is that? And the question that was inferred is something funny enough, I'll use the words ambiguous or unclear in the policy that is frustrating the superintendent's implementation. Of course, it is not the superintendent's job nor the staff's job to write or dictate board policy. In fact, ADBR must align to any parent policy, any -R policy has to, which is why I think we need to not go too long. We need, if there are going to be any changes voted on by this board as a group of 7, whether that's just clarification. I'll give you one example of what I'm thinking. This is not to say that this is what this board is doing. I find our current definition, and there are definitions for those who have not read the equity policy, there is a whole little section. It's only page and a half, but there is definitions, and it says diversity, and diversity means, and I'll just summarize, it means identity. What we've left off there is personality. We have emergenetics as a district where we recognize differences in personality and how that may affect discussion, debate. There is cognitive diversity, predictions, perception, heuristics, how people solve problems that is not mentioned in our definition of diversity. There is not a mention of instrumental diversity, which is different skills and knowledge. Think about a medical team. I could get 12 anesthetists, but without that skills diversity, I might feel good, but I'm not going to get better. It fails to acknowledge the really bad part of diversity, which is fundamental diversity. And that's where we are pursuing diverse goals that are in conflict with each other. So just to give you an example, in my head, I haven't discussed this with the other directors yet, but if I were to work on that section, just the definitions, and because some things are ambiguous or narrow, I may suggest an expanded definition of diversity to truly articulate that we value many forms of diversity. In fact, the one I would say we don't value is fundamental diversity, because if we can't align to common goals. So just to give you an example, but back to the point that I intended to make, which is I think we owe it to our superintendent not to do a bait and switch. If we believe there are improvements that need to be made around clarity of language, as Director Myers said, to truly achieve what I believe is the positive intent of the original policy, then we should make those wording clarifications, adjustments to try to improve upon, not throw out the work, and then hand that off to the staff, because at the end of the day, we are the horse and they are the cart. Board policy proceeds and takes precedence over the -R superintendent policies. And so we do not want to react to an interpretation. It is our job as the board to set the what and the why and have the superintendent, in my opinion, follow the how. We're at the end of 20 minutes. We can extend more if we want, or else we can wait and continue later. Go ahead, Director Meek.
So I think what I'm hearing is the board sounds like we are not looking to make any drastic changes to ADB. It would make sense for the superintendent to move forward with drafting the regulation and the policy recommendations based on the current ADB. There may be tweaks to the language that the board would want to consider, and I feel like this is the conversation we should have been having right before, because this is the board's work. And so I don't want to hold up progress. I want to see the regulations written. I want to see updates, suggested to the board. And I'm comfortable with moving forward with that. But I think the entire board needs to do its due diligence in looking at the language of the policy. And I love the idea of coming up with language that will bring our community together and move forward in these times. And I just think we need to roll up our sleeves and do that work.
And what I may suggest, again, we've only have so many more meetings left, and I've talked to the superintendent, and we have a full dance card for the rest of the school year with just mandatory things that we must do. But what I would suggest is let Director Hansen and I go forward, draft what we believe, tying back to the survey, both the open-ended and the question analysis, try to hopefully improve and clarify. I will tell you that I may suggest we add some things to the policy. One of the things that's floating around in my head is it might be a good idea to codify that education triangle that we've talked about as directors up here, that partnership between parents, educators, and staff for the benefit of the student. However, if we get to the meeting at the end of next month with a first reading and this group of 7 believes My gosh, that is so far off base. Boy, I can't believe Director Hansen couldn't get that right. I really like Director Peterson's changes. That's a joke. And we need to meet in the month of April prior to May and do this as a working group to get closer. Then I will try to find, and I ask all directors now, don't book anything that month. But if we are pretty darn close and this board says, yep, a couple tweaks, and then the staff can go forward with their ADBR, that's how I intend to proceed at this point. Superintendent Kane, thank you.
Okay, so I want to be super clear on what we have to do, because I'm like, oh my God, don't change the. From our point of view, then I think I'm hearing what Director Meek said, which is there are no wholesale big changes that would have a massive impact on an ADBR. Therefore, staff will go forward with the plan as laid out on my presentation. Is that a correct understanding that staff should go forward as laid out?
I would say I think that is good, but I would say don't have your draft complete in a week while we're still working. I would also commit, again, as two directors, we can relay drafts or thought processes or initial ideas to you as the superintendent. Unfortunately, I'm unable to relay them outside of public meetings to any other directors, even one way. But that should, if you have questions and we are not going in a place that you think we're going, we can stop and have that discussion. But I would say that that is accurate and directionally correct, I guess the term is.
Okay, so we will move forward, and then if somebody comes and shakes my phone and says stop, then I will. But we'll plan on moving forward with our draft of ADBR and the associated, again, because there's so many fingers into bullying and all the other policies. I think we would like to be able to move forward with that work if we can.
I think that that's safe. I'll go to Director Hansen here in a second, but I'll also say that there is a lot of policies, and I'll cover this in my president remarks at the end, that are touched on but aren't specifically educational equity. You mentioned bullying, think mental health, parent engagement. There's going to be a lot of other things, and I would hope that we would keep ADB to its narrow focus, and anything that's tangential like bullying but not necessarily an ADB subject, we will address those in the other policies. Director Hansen, go ahead.
Yeah, this entire conversation is making me incredibly uncomfortable. Trying to anchor this in survey feedback, since that was the initial conversation point, the starting point. And there was a slide that was the overall perceptions, and there was a bullet point that was about ambiguous phrasing, and it was talking about missing processes and plans, and there's a lack of defined action items, and there's community confusion. And an enormous part of that community confusion is because we as a board have gone off of what our traditional step-by-step method is in presenting a policy or revising a policy, and then having an implementation and a metric system to evaluate that. So that's kind of the norm. That's what our community is used to, and we have varied from that. And I think that that confusion is what is creating a lot of the angst within our community members. And while I entirely recognize what Director Meek was saying, that the timing that has passed has just allowed, I think it's just human nature, when there isn't a defined answer, you fill in the gaps, and that is just an open invitation for misinformation to be circulated. And I think that our community is being harmed by a lack of clear direction because gaps are being filled with just flat out wrong information. So I think there is absolute value in moving forward and making progress, but I also think that there's a lot of merit to the old go slow to go fast. And where we are right now, tonight, just sitting here, I've heard that resolutions might be interpreted differently based on who's sitting in that chair. That is wildly dangerous. If we set a precedent tonight that we have a resolution that applies to one superintendent and not another, We are really creating a problem as a board of 7. The resolution that was passed directs the superintendent to recommend potential changes to board policy and related implementation consistent with the principles set out. We have to follow that. We passed a resolution and that has to be step 1. And I'm really concerned that if we start doing work on the policy revisions prior to the superintendent bringing us a recommended potential changes, we're not following our process. And yes, I understand it kicks the can down the road even further and that 14 months turns into 15, 16, 18. But we have to go slow to go fast. And we have to, I think there's a better way to find a communication to our community to fill those gaps, to stop the misinformation. But I feel really strongly that this whole, if I was the superintendent and I was sitting there, I would say, no, I won't do that plan. We basically just asked you to spend an enormous amount of time developing ADBR, really dig into this, but we might be working on the side to make changes to this, but they won't be significant, we promise you. That's not fair. That's not fair to our superintendent. We owe her better. We have to set her up to succeed, and I feel really strongly that we need to have the April 25th presentation as planned, and if there are pieces of the policy that are creating a problem for you because they are ambiguous, because they are something that needs to be fleshed out as a board, I think the best path forward can be discussed at that time, and whether that's 2 board members or whether that's a special meeting, I think we can hash it out then, but I see so much benefit in isolating the steps of this process, following the path that we've laid out in the resolution, and giving it a little more time to get it done correctly.
Superintendent Kane, would you like to comment since?
Well, no, I don't have a comment, actually. I mean, that plan sounds reasonable to me, but I'm not a board director, but that plan definitely sounds reasonable. I mean, we have a plan to come back with you all with the implementation and action steps that our community has been waiting for and hoping for. And we're actually, I do want to say to something Director Weininger said, since you gave me the mic, President Peterson, to something Director Weininger said, we are actually excited. I mean, as my staff and I have really dug into this, we're excited about the finding clarity that really brings our community together, because as Director Myers said, we all want what's best for every single child. I believe that about everyone in this room. And so it's actually, we've actually gotten kind of excited about it. So that sounds like a good plan to me, but that is your all's decision, not mine, for sure.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Director Meek.
Yeah, I was going to say I definitely support that recommendation. I was incredibly uncomfortable with 2 people going off working on it and then having conversations with the superintendent and trying to represent the board's voice when it's really not the board's voice. And so I think that would have been a really challenging and difficult position to put the superintendent in. And I think what Director Hansen has recommended makes the most sense moving forward.
Okay, I'll just go ahead, Director Ray.
Yeah, and I would agree. I support that recommendation as well. And I think to give us some peace about the resolution, essentially the superintendent is doing what we've asked her to do. We asked her to bring back potential changes. She has said, I think we need an ADBR to clarify and define what the intent of the ADB is. So essentially, she is fulfilling that request. But I really agree with Director Hansen, because I think I said it earlier as well, that let's get that piece done first and not be doing this moving target of trying to revise something while they're providing more clarity to the policy.
Director Williams.
No, I guess my only concern would be, again, saying superintendent, go do ADBR if we are going to make any changes. And I recognize we're saying it's not going to be anything huge, but I just would hate to put something out there and then have to change it, and then there's rework.
Director Ray.
Just to respond to that, I think Director Hansen stated that well, is that as the superintendent or staff are doing ADBR, if she and her staff say, you know what, this is ambiguous in ADB and we're not sure how to move forward, that's good feedback for us then to trigger us to say, okay, then we'll talk about how to make that particular piece in ADB more clearer. So I really like the thought of, let's give our superintendent a chance to identify any kind of obstacles that are getting in the way of the clarity piece, because that will also inform us to come back and do more revisions if necessary.
Okay, and I think we'll probably wrap it up here. What I would suggest is all directors, if you're available at 10:30 this Thursday, please come to agenda planning and we can work out the exact schedule of what's going on, sequence of events, and things like that for what'll be available at what meetings. So, Superintendent Kane.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I know. So I will be planning on doing our presentation on April 25th as planned. Okay, terrific.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 11, we have public comment. Mr. Blair, do we have our students online? Okay, if we can get a quick comms check with them.
Hello.
Okay, do we have both Mona and Jake on?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
please go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Hello, directors. Thank you so much for having us. So SAG met last night, and we first had a speaker from the Douglas County Mental Health Initiative. So students got to hear about a mental health toolkit that serves to provide young people with mental health resources catered to their specific needs. So students were able to give feedback about this toolkit, which included ideas about marketing and how to increase student engagement. In addition, all of our subgroups are continuing to work on their end-of-year presentations. So last meeting, we split the subgroups between policy and operational in order to organize and solidify these end-of-year presentations. All the groups are continuing to get feedback on their ideas so they can create the best presentations possible. For instance, Sustainability Coordinator Beth Church attended our meeting yesterday and worked with our environmental groups. Our mental health group is continuing to work on and adjust their proposed course to avoid similarities with existing courses. And all of our groups are doing a similar thing where they're just tweaking their presentations to prepare them for the end of the year. Last meeting, we also had a discussion about the educational equity policy, so students were able to learn more about that and give some feedback. And I believe this was discussed a bit earlier, but one area of feedback was finding ways to engage students more in this conversation. And on that note, one group I would like to highlight tonight is our diversity and equity subgroup. And Jake Oliver is a member of this group and will give an update on this subgroup's initiatives.
Okay, Jake, did you have anything to add?
Yes. Can everyone see me or hear me? Either works.
Yes, we can. We can see you and hear you. Thank you.
Perfect. So I do have quite a lot to add. We're, first of all, happy to include you in improving the quality of experience for students in our district. That's our ultimate goal as a subgroup. We want to engage students of all backgrounds, all types of diversity, as you were mentioning before. And right now we're collaborating with a professional organization who all have degrees in the subject about kind of streamlining and making our language more appropriate to accommodate all students equitably and equally. It's instead of like we want to approach inclusivity in a more professional, scientific sense instead of what the public perception might already be, engaging with PhDs and people who have written papers on this subject just to make sure we're doing this as correctly as we can with experts, as well as engaging with the community. As such, we're thinking of a two-pronged initiative. One's like going into classrooms, engaging with students, having student-led discussions to kind of work on how we're speaking about these different groups in schools and how we can make sure that there's no unintentional discrimination. This was one of the things we agreed on as a subgroup that one of the biggest problems in DCSD is not outright bigotry. We're pretty kind to all of our people here, but unintentional discrimination and unintentional bias does play a pretty big role in people's perception and how they feel included in the district. So that first one would be the student-led discussions about this inclusive language and how we address that within classrooms, within schools. And the second one would be consulting with higher level administration, like the superintendent and her direct cabinet. And we really feel that would be a good way to not only improve ABD, ADBR, one of the two, but also make sure that we are including that inclusive language in all policies. So yeah, just really trying to make sure that two-pronged initiative goes through and including all students of all different backgrounds. That's about it.
Okay, thank you for our student advisory group update. We'll move into the main part of public comment. We will start that with individual students making comment. The purpose of public comment is to balance the ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district while allowing our Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. Time has been adjusted to allow speakers the opportunity to speak during the allotted time for public comment. Tonight, 3 minutes will be allotted for each speaker. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than the guests and the staff in the room. And based on some anticipated subjects and comments, if you are going to accuse our staff or employees of any type of violations of law or things like that, I will ask you to stop your comments and please sit down. As elected public officials up here, your Board of Education, have at it because that's part of being an elected official, but please do not disparage our staff. With that, to respect a speaker's free speech, please do not interrupt them while they are at the podium providing comments. You will get a 15-second notice prior to any of your time so you can wrap up your comments. When your time is up, please leave the podium. If the audience wants to react between speakers, feel free to do so while being respectful and honoring the next speaker's time to speak. Please do not engage speakers or other audience members in a disruptive manner. If you do so, you will be asked to leave after a prior warning. With that, our first 3 speakers are students, and we have Ava Birch, followed by Elijah Morgan, and then Alexandra Neal. Is Ava either in person or online? There's Ava, thank you. Can you hold on for a second? We'll restart the clock. We need to get the microphone working.
There you go.
Okay, please start over. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ava. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a sophomore in high school in Douglas County. I came here today to insist that the equity policy stays the same. I've experienced rape jokes said in the hallway during passing periods, boys yelling, she's a 3, when referring to rating her body. I've heard straight white boys yell, shout out the F slur at each other and use it to describe someone they don't like. And more white kids yell the N-word. Just today, I heard a peer in my class say the F slur when referring to someone else. This leads to the LGBTQ community and BIPOC community, women and girls feeling unsafe and misrepresented. As a woman and member of the LGBTQ community, this impacts me too. This is simply not okay. I've reported to counselors and they have said the equivalent to boys will be boys. No, we need to change this immediately, and having the equity policy will ensure that all students will feel safe. Also when these teachers say that their classroom is a safe space, but then proceeds to not defend hateful comments said, it feels more like a hostile space. As one of my teachers not stopping the comments of a girl's body in the school made by my male peers, if you were wondering what they talked about, it was how a guy only used a girl for her body and his friends supported him in that. Along with the teachers also not doing anything to stop this, we get teachers that are mainly white and straight, leaving the students with no representation, ideas, or viewpoints of different communities. The Hanover report said, and I quote, "Students desire curricula that is culturally diverse, but parents' voices being heard over students." With getting these teachers that are mainly white and straight, the parents are in favor of no diversity in viewpoints in the history curriculum. In my world history class, all we talk about is the white European viewpoint, but what I wanted to know about is how people of color and the LGBTQ community have survived. Again, the fragile white parents are drowning our voices because they are worried about the agendas that people would force on their kids. The first time I went to an equity advisory council meeting, I heard a community member say that they were going to get arrested if they spoke during public comment because they were going to be so aggressive. They still chose to speak at public comment. Parents and community members like this need to realize that times have changed, and this is 2023, not the 1980s, and they are no longer in high school. We are. So why are we listening to the people? Why are we not listening to the people learning and instead the parents? If the parents really want to teach, then they can teach their kids not to say the N-word, F-slur, or to not make rape jokes, because we really shouldn't have to tell girls to cover up in school, because who's getting distracted by shoulders?
Thank you, Ms. Birch. Next is Elijah Morgan, Alexandra Neal, and that'll be the end of our student commentary, and then we will move Mr. Cox up because he has children and probably would like to go first, if that's okay, sir. So Elijah Morgan, Alexandra Neal, followed by Chad Cox. Is Ms. Morgan here, or is Ms. Morgan online, Mr. Blair?
Ms. Morgan is not online, sir.
Okay, we'll move to Alexandra Neal if she is here.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Neal. I am a sophomore in high school. Let me repeat, I am a sophomore in high school telling the adults in charge of my district how to do their jobs and how to make me and the students around me feel safe at school. Safe in a place I spend 40+ hours a week in. I spend this time with peers who aren't educated on the effect hate speech has on a community. As I walk through the halls, I hear slurs. As I sit at my desk, I see the slurs. As I go home, I see the hate symbols. I see this due to inadequate education on what these words and symbols mean and who they hurt. I, as a member of the LGBTQ community, hear slurs and jokes made at the queer community's expense. I, as a woman, hear jokes regarding our physical attractiveness, how our wardrobe is too slutty, but them joking about how they would rape us, and how they are, quote, being used for their body and that they're okay with cheating on these women. I, as a Latina, have heard racial slurs regarding my heritage. My grandfather, my papi, came to this country when he was younger than I am here today. He fought to give me a better life, and this is what I get. I deserve to have my voice heard, and yet you still ignore it. I have spoken to the Douglas County Transportation Department when I observed swastikas drawn on the windows on the bus. Silence. I told my teacher about my table having anti-Semitic symbols drawn on it. She just wiped them away and nothing else. I am not alone when I say I want my voice heard. Focus groups studies performed by the Hanover Project said students said they distrusted the accountability of the district. All of this leads to you, and I'm tired of being silenced. Students deserve to be listened to because we are directly affected by your decisions. If you care at all about your students, listen to me loud and clear. The equity policy will allow me to feel safer, and if you take that away, you are directly taking away my security, my education, and invalidating all I fight for.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Next will be Chad Cox, followed by Liz Wagner, followed by Katie Barrett. Mr. Cox.
Good evening. You guys have all been introduced to Bastion. You should remember him because he's pretty darn cute. We're in the process of working on his placement for kindergarten. And with that, we had to sit down and discuss his needs, his programming needs. Against my wishes, we went into an SSN program for him, significant support needs. mainly because of his verbal abilities or inabilities. I'm okay with this because it's going to be what's best for him. But I want people to recognize that with equity, him being put into this SSN program is essentially going to be inequitable for him. We don't focus enough on the teachers that we have and their specialties that they've been trained in, what they focus on, and where their desire is to teach. Just because he is a lack of verbal ability or suffers from apraxia or aphasia doesn't put into question his intellect or his ability to receive information. It just puts his inability to express it. That doesn't mean that he learns the same as a child with Down syndrome or a child that's a nonverbal autistic child. And that's vice versa. They don't learn the same way he does. They should have the equity within their classroom that would allow for specific teaching and education guided towards their needs so that they can become the individual that they deserve to be, if we're truly wanting to be an equitable society. I'm going to go a little bit off a script. I had more to say on that, but what I've been hearing tonight about the equity policy is a little troubling. Director Winiger, you spoke that there were community members that had confusion around the policy, and that's why you wrote the resolutions. Please don't undermine your own intellect. You're more intelligent than that. What it is simply is their own fragile inability to accept that their privilege status may move if everybody is treated with equitable processes throughout their life. Don't undermine your intellect. The only confusion around this policy is made by opponents of this policy simply because they're fearful of losing their privilege status. I can speak to that as a white male. I have certain privilege status within this community. And it stops right there as a white male.
15 seconds remaining.
Becky, you totally gaslighted a junior or sophomore last year black child when he came up here and said that he was called an N-word in the classroom. And you allowed him to walk away from the podium, and then you questioned whether or not that's really happening in their schools. He's now either a senior or has already graduated and moved on to into society, thinking that his leaders don't truly believe what's happening to him within his own school where he should be the most protected.
Okay.
Please do better.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Next will be Liz Wagner, Katie Barrett, followed by Amy Winju. Is Ms. Wagner here?
Directors. All right, I've got a few stats to start with. Of students on IEPs in Douglas County School District for the year 2021, 80 cannot read at grade level. That means 20% too. Of students not on IEPs, 52% cannot read or are reading at grade level, so do the math on the opposite. So I share that because I'm frustrated. As a district, we should be farther along in improving literacy rates. As I hope you're all aware, there was a dyslexia screening bill that died in the Colorado State Legislature last week. And I'd like to bring attention to your attention two groups who DCSD pays membership fees to and their position on this bill. So for the first is CASE, the Colorado Association of School Executives. CASE opposed the bill. Let me repeat that. CASE, an organization for adults who are supposed to support public education for children, opposed a bill that would ensure more students are identified in K through 3 with literacy needs so that intervention can be provided when students are learning to read, as opposed to later in their educational journey when they are reading to learn. Another organization that DCSD pays thousands of dollars to is CASB, the Colorado Association of School Boards. CASB's official position on the bill was monitoring. In other words, CASB didn't oppose or approve of the bill. They sat it out. I'm sorry to say, but there's no room for taking a side other than approval for this bill, given its positive impact on students. I can't think of a skill more important than being able to read at grade level, if capable of doing so, for an educational system to achieve. Some of the negative noise that has been mentioned regarding the bill was that it would take more time for educators and that there would be a cost involved. You have an opportunity in DCSD to do more than de minimis. Let's think about where we heard that term used originally. It was the Andrew F. case with DCSD that went all the way to the Supreme Court, and de minimis is not acceptable. You can do more than de minimis with regard to literacy screening and lead the way among the Front Range districts. I'm a firm believer that there is a solution to every problem, and to that end, here's one way that you could both fund and administer additional screening to all K through 3 students. You just sold Cantrell for $3.5 million. Use that money exclusively for literacy. 2, use one professional development day to screen students. The students who are not available on that date can be screened within the school day. You've already paid for it. Half the teachers aren't there anyway. Remaining. Provide a one-time stipend for all K through 3 educators who participate in the training. Use the proceeds from the Cantrell building to fund that. How much money did you pay for the Hanover survey over the equity policy? Of all the topics of equity in this district, equitable access to evidence-based screening leads to evidence-based intervention.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
You're welcome.
Next will be Katie Barrett, Amy Winju, followed by Jason Hurd. Ms. Barrett.
My name is Katie Barrett. I'm a 30-year veteran of teaching middle school. I understand the importance of inclusion and diversity to a child's well-being and education. I'll start by pushing back against 3 words that have been twisted in education. First, woke simply means caring and recognizing injustice. CRT is an example of a lie told often enough becomes the truth. The Nazi architect of useful misinformation utilized this strategy to turn Germans against Jews. Yes, Nazis. The shouted lie of CRT has the sole purpose of diminishing Black history. And last, the ugliest of all dog whistles, calling teachers groomers. Let's remember that more children are groomed and assaulted by religious leaders and family members than teachers by a factor of thousands. The Hanover survey stated that the respondents are concerned about transparency in school structure, including our board. I don't trust Mr. Peterson, and I had hoped for better from Superintendent Kane. It appears that decisions are guided by huddling with organizations such as FAIR, CPAN, and Moms for Liberty, groups that are opposed to public education and diversity. Mr. Peterson, in particular, is clearly influenced and steeped in harmful misinformation from such groups. He has dismissed sound research regarding child abuse and identity, turning instead to the inaccurate perceptions put forth by small minds and smaller hearts. I ask you to become more woke. Get out of your silo. How do religious forces rate such an outsized influence in our district? Very few Hanover survey respondents, indeed only 20%, consider religious beliefs as criteria for school matters. 20%. Where are Mr. Peterson's values regarding representation? Shouldn't all of your constituents have a voice, not just those who gave you obscene amounts of money and pressure you to follow their lead, no matter how disrespectful to the families you represent? My final concern, wow, once again, DCSD has opened themselves to another civil rights lawsuit. According to the Hanover website, they assist the clients to craft survey questions and responses. It appears some agency of the district included responses asking about religious beliefs. School boards are local government entities and are expected to follow the law and separating matters of church and state. Despite the loud, aggressive, uninformed voices trying to insist America is a Christian nation, recent surveys show 40% of Americans claim no religious affiliation, and almost 10% practice a faith other than Christianity. Please stop inserting your Christian beliefs where it is both illegal and unwelcome.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. Amy Winju, Jason Hurd, followed by Sammy Wheeler-Klaus. Ms. Winju.
Hi, good evening. Hope y'all are doing well. I just have a few comments about the survey that I actually appreciated. On when it asks the question, what do you hope will result from the implementation of the board ABD? At the top of the list, overwhelmingly 75% said curriculum that promotes critical thinking. I agree. Schools should be doing that. Also problem solving. The second thing is a historically accurate and comprehensive social studies curriculum. I concur with that, right? There's no issues with that, I hope. What positive effects might the implementation of the board policy ABD have on students and staff? At the very top of the list, nearly 58% decreased instances of bullying. Yeah, that's a good thing, right? But key findings, concerns about the policy. What, if any, concerns do you have regarding the implementation of the board policy? Concerns, if it's implemented. Politicalization of the school curriculum. I agree. As already discussed this evening, this came about during a heightened political environment. And I don't think we're out of that yet, but I hope someday we are. At the other top of the list was politicalization of the school curriculum and environment. Both were over 75%. I think those were some good insights, and we can learn from that. However, I do want to talk about Hanover research itself. It is a research, Hanover research on its website states that they have invested in developing resources on diversity, equity, and inclusion to assist our K through 12 education leaders. Some of these resources include a systematic implementation of equity toolkit. That states this toolkit is intended to support district leaders and equity committee members in guiding initial conversations around equity and supporting the district's first steps in prioritizing equity across the district. The Hanover Equity Toolkit further states that districts achieve equity when they provide all students with the resources. Other things about the Hanover Equity Toolkit is it gets better, and it discusses and provides definitions as well as provide plans for school districts
15 seconds remaining.
social inequities, economic inequities, cultural inequities, familiar inequities, staffing inequities, assessment inequities, linguistics inequities. I mean, how many inequities are there? So it's kind of like the hen house guarding the hens with this company. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winju. Next is Jason Hurd, Sammy Wheeler-Klaus, followed by Kevin Leung. Mr. Hurd.
Hi, good evening, Board of Directors. I'm also here to comment about the Hanover research findings. I wanted to highlight a couple of things of significance. First, the majority, over 60%, in fact, were parents. I think that's important. And I would also like to highlight the slide on page 9 titled Key Findings, Concerns of Policy Implementation, which we just heard a little bit about. So just to reiterate the top 5 concerns: politicization of school curriculum and environment, I share that. Reduced focus on the core academic curriculum, I share that. Increased dysfunction in school and district culture and climate, I share that. Although I think that might be open to interpretation depending on who is saying it. An introduction of age-inappropriate content. I also share that. I think it's not a stretch to infer that the equity movement, while noble in its goal of helping every student reach potential, the top 5 concerns point to a morphing of this into something far more biased and political and getting in the way of academic excellence. And I think that is the key danger that that you as the board have to monitor as this filters its way down into the district. As a parent, I was able to also participate in the focus group and the survey. Just in full disclosure. I echo the concerns that classrooms have been politicized. It is why I openly supported the Kids First candidates in their pledge to remove adult politics from the classroom and focus on academics. This boundary must exist if we wish to provide a better education for all of our students. I simply see things like this as taking away from the educational goal of the district. Under the previous board majority, and I have to stipulate this is purely anecdotal, there were many more stories at the dinner table of politics being injected into the classroom in cases where it clearly did not belong. What I want as a parent, and I think the survey clearly states, is that for my children to be given the best academic shot at a future as we can manage. I want and expect that for every one of my children's peers as well. Teachers' unions and other organizations have been pushing for more socially biased content to be injected into curriculums. This is on their websites. They state this openly. And I believe this explains the outcry from parents and recent turnovers in school board elections here in Douglas County and across the nation. No child should ever be told that they can or can't make it because of some group membership. Every human being benefits from better education and achievement. If we want to make our children better off, then it's clear from this survey that less politics in the school district and more academic focus on students is the way to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Next is Sammy Wheeler-Klaus, Kevin Leung, then Kathleen Boyer.
Good evening. I come to you with several backgrounds. First of all, 37 years in education, 10 of those here in Douglas County as a teacher and as an administrator. But tonight I want to talk to you as a grandparent, my most important job. I have 3 students here in Douglas County schools, and I am concerned that you bring together a variety of people on your equity accountability committee or advisory committee, and you bring them together and you have them work for over a year on a policy, and then you diss them by saying, we're now going to look at this and possibly rewrite it. I admire Superintendent Kane and her staff for this ping pong that went on tonight here at this board meeting. 1 minute, she's told to write a policy or write regulations to go with this policy, and the next minute, she's told, well, we might change some of it. We might make some changes. If I were her, I would have said, see ya, and then you would be looking at a new superintendent. And then you'd be saying, does this policy match this superintendent? That makes no sense whatsoever. I encourage you to take the policy, the equity policy that you had people create from a variety of groups and 8 parents on that committee and implement it and stop this going backwards and rethinking and, well, what should we do now? The survey indicated clearly the issue is implementation and the fact that there's been no action and the fact that people are tired of waiting for this equity policy to be implemented. So pay attention to that survey that you just paid for. The second thing I want to talk to you about is trust. What I heard from the survey, from the focus groups, was the lack of trust, the trust on implementation, the trust of actually doing anything, the trust of moving forward. That should say something to you as a board. So I leave you with a challenge of questions. Are you going to give in to the extremists, or are you going to honor the work that this committee has done for over a year?
15 seconds remaining.
Are you going to finally focus in on implementation and not rewriting the policy? Are you really here for all students? Are you going to take the district forward and not backwards?
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler-Klaus. Kevin Leung, Kathleen Boyer, followed by Jen Spikerman. I do not see Mr. Leung in the audience. Leung, thank you. Let's move to Kathleen Boyer, Jen Spikerman, followed by Jennifer Iverson.
Hello. My name is Kathy Boyer. I live in Highlands Ranch, and I have 2 teenage sons who've attended Thunder Ridge high school feeder school since kindergarten. One of them is a varsity athlete, one of those kids that can do decently in school without really trying very hard. He has a robust social circle. He hasn't had many struggles. My other son has had many challenges in life. He's been on a 504 plan almost his whole school career. He has learning differences. He has to work very hard to be successful in school. He's an introvert. He's also gay. He has been out to his peers since middle school and has had to deal with slurs in the classroom, whispers in the hallway, and even had a water bottle thrown at him once while being pointed out. That's that gay kid. It's difficult to concentrate on school when you're worried about being bullied for who you are. They are two very different people, and both deserve a school environment where they can learn and grow and be successful. And that is what equity is about. I'm in favor of implementing the existing equity policy. The work has already been done. It benefits everyone to recognize and appreciate that everyone is different, but all have worth. And it prepares them for being out in the real world. It is absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyer. Jen Spikerman, Jennifer Iverson, Kelly Mayer.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jen Spikerman, longtime resident of Highlands Ranch. I'm going to talk a little bit about the equity policy, but from a different viewpoint, more from a business perspective. So one thing I want to talk about with the equity policy is that the importance of this policy extends beyond social and emotional wellness, which is critically important to our students. I want to talk briefly about how equity and inclusion relates to the economic growth of our community and our country. So equity means affording all people the best opportunities to enjoy life and prosper in society. There are a lot of programs that focus on equity in the workplace. In fact, a 2021 McKinsey study determined that companies with equity and inclusion policies were 35% more profitable than those that do not have policies and are of similar size. These policies allow for greater creative and innovative contributions to our workplaces and our communities. I believe our students could benefit from similar types of policies, these types of policies that make them feel safe at school, in their community, so that they can contribute creatively to our community, into the workplace, and to our country. Just think what this equity policy, if it's implemented with trust with students, and how it will help them to grow into the future and to help our country continue to grow and be an innovative leader in the world. By supporting equal access to education, allowing diverse perspectives, and allowing for a safe place for students to come and focus on learning and not feel like they need to hide who they are inside and on the outside. We will be allowing our students to harness their greatest creative power and allowing our community to advance into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Spikerman. Jennifer Iverson, Kelly Mayer, followed by Randy Curtis.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to my concerns. Over a week ago, I was testifying at the Capitol. I sat in the room while this year's dyslexia bill was postponed indefinitely. SB 23-181 would have mandated evidence-based screening, supplemental instruction, and intervention, plus the added independent ombudsman to keep everyone accountable. This action appeared purely political. This action of being postponed indefinitely appeared purely politically motivated, I'm so sorry, and was in direct opposition to what the CDE-staffed Dyslexia Working Group has recommended each year since its inception. Unfortunately, CASE, Colorado Association of School Executives, and some teachers' unions vehemently oppose this bill without offering their fixes to the problem that exists statewide. That choice put adult feelings before a child's right to read. Their actions are devastating and soul-crushing to witness. I request and challenge this district to implement an evidence-based screener, not iReady, to find struggling readers and those with dyslexia. Targeted intervention is much more effective, more humane, less costly, and less traumatic than remediation. Equity is another hot topic. I took the survey and was appalled by the biased wording. My own personal religious beliefs have zero place in a public setting, in a public school setting, excuse me. My parents believe the same, which is why they made the decision to send me to parochial schools. Despite the survey's bias, this Hanover report showed support for the educational equity policy. I hope the entire board hears that. Equity is essential to our students, staff, and community. It prepares them for life outside the Douglas County bubble. Furthermore, equity is essential to students with disabilities. Without equity, not equality, a person with a slow processing speed would not be allowed extra time on a test. A deaf person would not be taught sign language. Without equity, a struggling reader would not get the specific targeted interventions to ensure the basic right to read. With our district statistics, we cannot afford to reject equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Next, Kelly Mayer, followed by Randy Curtis, followed by Judy Brandberg.
Good evening, Superintendent Kane and Board Directors. I am speaking for myself and not for any committees that I am on. My name is Kelly Mayer, and I am a longtime resident and mom of 9 former and current DCSD students. I am here to support the equity policy as it stands. I participated in a focus group, I took the survey, I participated in all the ways available to me. Years of research, engagement, conversations, and compromise went into the formation of policy ADB. This equity policy seeks to level the playing field, not student achievement. As a parent of children on IEPs, their access to education can be blocked by their disability. When done correctly, an IEP uses equity to offer accommodations and/or modifications to the curriculum to facilitate learning. This is incredibly important. I would also like to show my support for the safety kits the student advisory group advocated for at the January 10th school board meeting. In light of the recent school shootings and the Douglas County Republican letter to Director Peterson, I urge you to keep your promise and keep guns out of the hands of staff in DCSD. I would also encourage the district to implement an evidence-based dyslexia screener. Fighting students with dyslexia, like my daughter, as early as possible changes outcomes for the better. Let's do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayer. Randy Curtis, Judy Brandberg, followed by Judy Brandberg speaking on behalf of Barry Brandberg. Ms. Curtis.
Hi, good evening. I'm Randy Curtis. I'm an advocate for kids with special needs, and I'm also a community member. Thank you guys for volunteering your time. Last October, or actually October of 2021, after the equity policy was passed, I did some digging on our data to see where our kids with special needs are in, and even our kids that are graduating. So I'm going to give you guys some facts. Also in October of 2021, you guys might have remembered that I spoke about the number of kids that were graduating that could not read. Those kids still can't read because I had asked you guys to find them, and nobody found them. Nobody implemented a program to go find them. And so they graduated unable to read. This year, we have a new group of kids. And so in, what was that, April of 2022, we had all of our then juniors, now seniors, take the SAT. And out of the valid scores, I'm going to talk about valid scores. 287 valid scores, and these are students with an IEP. 208 of those students, 72% of them, cannot read at grade level. So we've increased that number. I'm sorry, that was 307. So then in our gen ed population, we have 4,110 valid scores. Of those students, 994 cannot meet the state expectations on the SAT. What does that mean? These students are going to now have to take an alternative path in order to get a diploma. That is over 1,000 Douglas County students who cannot meet the minimum requirement on the SAT. Find them, please. I beg you. If we're going to talk about equity, we need to find them. We need to teach them how to read and stop talking about policies and actually do our jobs. Then, when we look at the Colorado CMAS assessment, these numbers are gross. So in the state of Colorado, yes, our state fails our kids every single day. Those students that are on an IEP, 90% of those students cannot meet the minimum requirements of a CMAS assessment. That's 90% in the state of Colorado. I actually have great news, and I want to celebrate that good news. Cherry Creek actually does a worse job than Douglas
15
County.
seconds remaining.
85% of the students on an IEP do not meet the minimum standard on a CMAS. 45% of their gen ed students cannot read at grade level. Douglas County actually does a better job. 80% of our students on an IEP do not meet the minimum standard, with 35% of our students who are in gen ed who cannot read at a minimum level. We can do better. We've got to stop the arguing, and we've really got to focus on these kids, because we have over 1,000 kids graduating in May who cannot read at the expected level.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. Judy Brandberg on behalf of Barry Brandberg, and then Brad Geiger will be our last in-person commenter, and then we will transition to online commentary. Ms. Brandberg.
Good evening. Boy, it's not easy for you guys to be board members, and I commend you all. Tonight, I'd like to talk about equity and inclusion and give it a little different spin and talk about equity and inclusion for students on the autism spectrum. My name is Judy Brandberg, and I am the co-founder of the STEM School, also Alexandria School of Innovation, another STEM school, and John Dewey Institute. On November 8th, the Douglas County voters did not pass the bond. Therefore, Douglas County cannot build new public schools at Sterling Ranch, Crystal Valley, and Ridgegate, where there is explosive new population growth and dire need of neighborhood public schools. So on March 14th, 2023, in order to meet this need, we filed 8 new unique charter applications. 4 of the schools are for Alexandria School of Innovation, a STEM-focused school model, each featuring many career and tech education labs sponsored by business and industry leaders, together with higher education collaborators. Each ASI charter will highlight a unique STEM cognate area. ASI Sterling Ranch will offer non- and renewable energy labs with solar, wind, oil, and gas, in addition to a planetarium and observatory, which will become a popular field trip destination used by all Douglas County students. ASI Crystal Valley will emphasize biomedical and information technology. ASI Ridgegate will highlight artificial intelligence, aerospace, and have a science on a sphere. ASI Highlands Ranch will focus on aviation and aerospace. But embedded on each one of these 4 schools is a separate charter school for students on the autism spectrum, which comprises 15 to 20% of the total school's population. John Dewey Institute, or JDI, is the first charter school in Colorado history created exclusively for students with special needs. 100% of the JDI school population will be students with ASD educated in the least restrictive environment. That's what equity and inclusion is all about. JDI has contracted with ASI, who is generously providing free facility rent. JDI's only expense in the budget is staffing. In addition, ASI is providing supplemental extra finance above and beyond the JDI PPR in order for JDI to sustain itself. Financially, JDI cannot survive without ASI because of the very expensive
15
costs
seconds remaining.
of hiring highly qualified SPED staff, OT, PT, speech-language pathologists, psychologists, and other professionals necessary for students with ASD in compliance with meeting the 1-to-12, 1-to-7, or 1-to-4, or possible 1-to-1 teacher-to-student ratio required by our students.
Yeah, Ms. Brandenburg, if you will hold there, we will restart the clock
Okay.
and you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. JDI students are entitled to all the very best and most innovative, creative research labs, career and tech classes, engineering programs, just the same as their neurotypical peers. Together, JDI and ASI are helping to create a more inclusive and equitable future for all students, including those on the autism spectrum. Out of a professional courtesy to our boards, we have asked that the scheduled April 11th public hearing be postponed until the May 9th board meeting, and that the April 18th applicant interview be postponed until early May so that our boards may attend this meeting as they book out a month in advance. We were just given notice of that a couple days ago. The former DCSD board denied us a community meeting in 2019, and in 2018, the board cut short our community meeting and refused to allow us to answer the CART, Fiscal Oversight Committee, Long Range Planning Committee, and DAC questions. This was statutory non-compliance by the former board, which was used to deny our previous charters. Pursuant to 22-30.5-1072, it is very important that the CART, DAC, Long Range Planning Committee, and Fiscal Oversight Committee questions are answered during the proposed May 9th public hearing community meeting and are transparently shared with the entire community, district, and the pupils in order to assist the local Board of Education in its decision to approve our charter applications pursuant to 22-30.5-1083A. Thank you very much in advance for your compliance with all statutory laws during the 2023 charter approval process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brandenburg. Brad Geiger, then we will transition online to Kelly Dixon, followed by Tiffany Baker. Mr. Geiger.
I'll start by thanking you once again for your dedication to hearing public comment. It is not always easy. I come today to thank you. When I spoke on behalf of the MBEC last year, talking about the opportunity and the possibility of going forward with an MLO and a bond, one of the things we said cannot have been easy to hear. And that was one of the obstacles we found in every survey, in every poll, to passing needed funding for our schools, was that the public perceived this board to be divided and political. There was a lack of trust. When MBEC presented, we asked you, as a board, to work together to try to overcome that perception. Last night at MBEC, and I bring good news, we had the results of our survey of our board committees, our parents, our students, and over 1,200 teachers. We talked once again about the obstacles to passing an MLO and bond, and they exist, and we will share those with you when we come on May 9th. But the news is that trust of the board is no longer one of the major obstacles seen by our teachers. That is not just time. That is the result of effort and work. It is a result of 7 people who strongly, consistently, and intelligently disagree on important issues, but do it in a way that presents an example to our students and our teachers. It is easy to say we live in an era of polarization, and we do. There are national, there are state, there are even local people who would prefer that all political discussion be handled via personal invective and attacks. We see that in every level of government. Tonight, you address, for example, a highly divisive and complicated subject about diversity. I urge you to continue to show that you can do that in a respectful, intelligent, fact-based manner. It took a year to change those survey results. And you and all of you who participated in that, including the superintendent, need to be proud of that. And as you hear impassioned voices speak to you, I know you will listen to them. I know you will pay attention to the concerns that are raised, but I also know, because I have had the chance to watch you, that when you disagree, you will do so in a way that brings honor to the people of this district. And so I come simply to say thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Geiger. Kelly Dixon, Tiffany Baker, followed by Ursula Keikos. Mr. Blair, is Kelly Dixon online? Oh, she's here in person, so we will not go to the audio. We will go to the live podium. Ms. Dixon.
This is still working, right? Yeah. Hi, I am a DCSD parent and taxpayer. First, I want to say that I think it is incredibly important to keep the equity policy as is and focus on the implementation and movement towards actual real action from this board, the superintendent, and the district. I think it's embarrassing that we have wasted over a year doing the exact same thing, getting community feedback that was done when the policy was first approved. Not long ago, much noise was made about $37,000 of district training that the district didn't even pay for. How much is this survey costing us? I have the answer. It's about $125,000. Did you get a grant to pay for this, or is it coming out of taxpayer pockets this time? How many teachers could have gotten raises with the money you spent on this? Second, now that we have that feedback, I wanted to comment on some highlights of the survey results. The first thing I noticed is how skewed the inputs were towards parent responses. Out of 63,000 students in the district, you only got responses from 267 of them. That's 7% of respondents, but it's 0.3% of the student group. That's an astoundingly low percentage of the population of humans that this policy is intended to benefit. By the way, ideas to engage the students were brought up at past EAC meetings by a student, but it seems like that wasn't really taken to heart. I promise I wrote this before directors commented on this in the discussion earlier. I simply had the same observations. But it's more than that. A relevant comment from the Hanover report on student communication. Participants, especially students, acknowledge the importance of reporting structures within the district's implementation plan. Currently, many do not trust existing reporting structures because they have not felt supported in the past. A few participants even spoke to situations in which they, as the reporters, were even targeted by others for, quote, snitching. So we have a culture in this district of not engaging with students, and in fact have a culture that disincentivizes students to be involved. Next, the survey highlighted that perceptions are different between parents and other groups in a variety of areas. I think this has been obvious for some time now, given the rise in parents' rights movements that are being driven by larger national organizations that have nothing to do with the reality of our local community. Similarly, on this statement in the report regarding, quote, a misalignment and confusion about the purpose, value, and use of these ideologies within the district I fully believe this board and the resolution on policy ADB that passed last year have directly contributed to the confusion and misinformation. I ask that this board take to heart the recommendations to combat misinformation and do your part to reduce, not perpetuate, misinformation. As the Hanover report said, quote, many participants believe the district's backing will legitimize the policy as it is implemented throughout the schools. Please, please legitimize the policy. You have the power, you have the megaphones or the microphones to do so. Do you have the will and the strength of character to do so? Lastly, from the focus groups.
15 seconds remaining.
I'll just skip to, we heard direct examples of what the focus group talked about, where students have experienced inequities, have experienced racial slurs. How can we let this stand in our district? How can we read this and hear this and think it's fine if nothing changes? Going to school in an environment where you won't get a racial slur slung at you in the halls should be the bare minimum that we should strive for, and we can't even do that. This is intolerable. This should be intolerable. I want to hear you, the leadership of this district, stand up and say this is intolerable and we are doing something about it. Luckily, you don't have to start from scratch. There's a policy for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Tiffany Baker, followed by Ursula Keikos. Is Ms. Baker online?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
I am speaking about educational equity and Director Weinegar's resolution, which partly led to firing former Superintendent Corey Wise. Earlier this month, your school board met in executive session with the law firm of Simple, Farrington, Everall, and Case, who represented Weld School District in a lawsuit where their former superintendent was fired after she complained about the school district failed to properly remedy acts of discrimination based on gender, race, and sexual orientation. Douglas County's former superintendent filed a discrimination complaint against you, and now the public can assume that your meeting with this law firm in executive session signals that our school district could be dealing with a costly discrimination lawsuit soon. Firing Corey Wise with no cause cost our school district $247,500. The way in which you handled this process led to a Colorado open meetings law, or what you call the Marshall lawsuit, which reportedly cost nearly $100,000 as of November. The public needs to know not only the date of when your board is planning to meet in resolution to this lawsuit, but also the cost of this lawsuit to the school district. Your contract with Hanover Research to rehash educational equity has cost $75,000 for forms with just 74 respondents and $49,440 annually for a survey subscription contracted under Superintendent Kane. How much more will your politics regarding educational equity cost our school district? I would like to share some feedback on the Hanover Research Survey results. Under key findings, page 5, it says, many respondents also hope for a historically accurate and comprehensive social studies curriculum, 62%. What does this survey mean by historically accurate? This idea can differ between groups, as we heard from a FARA member earlier. The following statement is included on the discrimination complaint from Corey Wise. Individual respondents, our conservative school board directors, also directly collaborated with FAIR Douglas County, another organization recently launched in April of 2021 to advocate against CRT and for the teaching of a so-called honest history, which rejects learned helplessness and grievance and harmful divisiveness and illiberal ideologies, including the dehumanizing emphasis on racial difference. In statement, whatever revisions Superintendent Kane recommends to policy ADB or not, I recommend the school board consider staff retention.
15 seconds remaining.
A large percentage of DCSD staff members advocate for educational equity, and board directors also should be careful not to continue insulting teachers by insinuating that teachers are not focusing on core academics already. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And our final speaker will be Ursula Kakos. Is Ms. Kakos online?
Yes, I am. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, great. After looking at the results from the equity survey, I can see that there's quite a large discrepancy between teachers' and parents' opinions, which makes me wonder if parents were consulted to create this policy. I'm frustrated we even have an equity policy we didn't have a say in. There needs to be clarity, and I am thankful that you are looking for that now. People do differ in their abilities, choices, preferences. As such, inequity of outcomes is to be expected. The question that ought to be asked by all of those who care about living in a fair society, is this an instance of inequity, a result of unequal treatment before the law? I have to say my biggest concern is for academics in schools. If all the effort our district is putting into these political boards was instead directed at excellence in education, children would at least excel at the most basic skills. My youngest son is going into high school. He is a first grade speller. He's a fifth grade reader. He is dyslexic and on an IEP. Since he started school, instead of teaching him the skills he is able to use, voice to text, and listen to audiobooks, when I have asked his IEP group, how can we get him to learn how to read and spell? He is given accommodations instead of solutions. They didn't even know that our district is supposed to be able to work with dyslexia. These are the kinds of concerns the school district should be looking at, not political ones. Can the Equity Board identify practices, frameworks, systems, behaviors, or policies in our schools at this time that are inequitable? Do not embrace diversity. Have there been instances where the district hasn't valued and welcomed all individuals and groups of individuals with different identities? Are there examples where inclusion has been denied in our district? Have there been groups that have not been treated with fairness and respect and not been able to have opportunities to participate and benefit from the district's programs? What are the identified concerns that need an equity board? Why are we wasting school resources and money on politically motivated boards when our children need to understand how to make their own way in the world, to be able to navigate and think for themselves, not to be
15
taught
seconds
how to
remaining.
think and what to think? Children in our schools need academics, not politics. I am very thankful that you are looking over this equity policy and that you are making revisions, because not all of us are happy with this equity policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keikos. At this time, we will take a 15-minute break and resume the meeting at 8:30. meeting of the Board of Education will come back into session. We are on item number 15, adoption of consent agenda. We have items number 16 through 20 organized for block approval. Do we have a motion regarding the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent agenda items 16 through 20.
Motion by Ray. Do we have a second? Second by Williams. I will now take the roll. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson? Aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. Moving on to item number 21, approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the board minutes as presented, and these are the board minutes from the February 28th and March 7th Board of Education meetings. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Williams, second by Myers.
Yep.
I will now take the roll. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. We are now into study work session number 2, item number 22, MLO bond updates. This will be a 20-minute presentation followed by 15-minute Q&A.
Okay, so I will be updating you on what staff has been working on with respect to a potential 2023 bond and mill, and just kind of where we are in general and what to expect next from us as far as information for you all. Okay, so first of all, just starting with the board ends, as always. I couldn't possibly list them all out because paying our educators and staff more competitively, along with ensuring that we have safe environments for all of our students, feeds into every single one of the ends. This is a little bit about the timeline to date. This is just super high-level overview. Last April 2022, our polling results showed a mill levy override at 39% support and a bond at 33% support. In November, our mill was 49% support, so 10 points over the poll, and the bond was at 46% support, so 13 points over the poll. And I put the polling numbers from 2018 and the election from 2018 as a reference. That what you see as the reference for 2018 is much more typical, just across the board. So it's very unusual to land above your polling numbers and not below. Okay, in December, at a retreat, the Board of Education tasked staff with recommending creative retention strategies, and hiring a consultant to analyze the election data, conduct polling, and consult on a messaging strategy for a potential 23 MLO and bond. And I want to say for our taxpayers and public that might be watching tonight, that what was contemplated at the board retreat and what is in fact happening, the way that this consultant is being paid for, is with one-time funding from our inability to fill positions that is entirely related to our inability to pay competitively. In January, we published an RFP for a consultant, and in February, early February, we did our interviews, and the consultant was hired and has started work and is now well on their way. All right, and I'll get back to the consultant as we get towards the end. In the meantime, the challenges and the needs that the district has continues. I know the Board of Education knows all of this, so really I am re-explaining it for the public that might be watching this meeting tonight. But again, as local funding goes up, which we know it will from increased assessed valuations across our district, as our district collects more money from our local taxpayer base, the state just contributes less because our funding is based on local and state together, totaling up to the School Finance Act total funding. So more local property taxes does not benefit the school district in the same way it benefits everyone else. And the impact of local taxes on comparative revenue is very significant. And in speaking in particular of our mill levy override and the dollars per student that we collect in mill levy override compared to our competition. And so you can see from this graph, the black is our bucket from the School Finance Act and everyone else's bucket. What percentage, as of right now, of our bucket consists of local funding versus state funding? And then that mill levy override funding on the top is per student, and you can see we are very small in that area. And that has a direct correlation, not surprisingly, to teacher pay. I do want to draw your attention to this chart because it has been updated since the last time I showed it to you. It has been updated with average teacher salaries from 22, 23, I believe it's down there in the fine print. And that's 21, 22 because the CDE takes forever to publish, but the election results have been updated from 22. So you can see that Littleton Public Schools ran and Boulder both successfully ran mill levy overrides in the last election. And so that puts us at a further disadvantages versus the other districts. Okay, and so, and also our starting teacher salary as of next year is now at $45,209, and it would take two people making $45,209 to afford a one-bedroom apartment here in Douglas County. And then this is just a little bit about our relative pay for a starting bus driver and a starting educational assistant. And these folks are absolutely critical for our system and for taking care of our kids. And, you know, boy, there's been so much talk about making sure that all of our kids are being supported and that there's equitable support across the system, and what possibly fits into that more than transportation and special education. How do our administrative costs compare? So we had someone go look at dig into CDE's data until they were able to find the administrative cost piece. And this is actually directly traceable to CDE data. The slide on the upper left is Douglas County School District's general administration spending per student. And you can see that we are on the very bottom when compared to the other districts in terms of our general administration spending per student. Our general administration spending as a percent of our total operational spending is also the lowest in the metro area. So in other words, this is just another data point to show our taxpayers that we are spending our money responsibly, and we do not have some kind of bloated administration. Our money is truly going into our schools. And then finally, this is the one graph that really addresses our need for new schools, which is part of our bond. Just looking at this picture, you can see that Highlands Ranch with 38,000 homes has 18 elementary schools. Sterling Ranch on the left will be approximately the same density as Highlands Ranch and will eventually have 13,000 homes and is currently a school desert. Likewise with the Canyons, and eventually with Ridgegate East. Although the schedule for Ridgegate East is a little further behind the other two, we have to anticipate that. And then you have seen this chart before, that it costs us $35 million a year to maintain the 111 buildings that we have. Okay, so considerations for potential 2023 MLO and bond. I love these little pictures, by the way. We got lots of these at the Douglas County Fair last year. But actually, I want to just land on that for just a moment because it really spoke to me. We have all these amazing students doing all these amazing things, going to nationals for DECA and FBLA, just all these awesome things our kids are doing. And the entire reason we're having this discussion is because we want these little girls to have those same opportunities when they're in high school. That's really what this is about. Okay, a look back. So looking back at what we staff recommended and the board accepted for the 2022 bond MLO proposal. So just as a reminder, the MLO, a $60 million MLO, would have covered 9% increases for teachers and support staff and 6% for other professionals. And the impact would have been $1 a week per 100,000 in home value. The bond would have covered new construction for growth areas, which of course includes center-based special education programming to make sure that we have equitable access to special education for folks in our newer communities, student programming investment, safety and security upgrades, capital maintenance renewal, et cetera. That bond would have had a zero net impact on taxpayers, so it would have been supported with the current mills that we collect for our debt payments. So what would a potential 2023 mill levy override look like? Our needs remain the same. You know this. We still can't pay competitively. It is still a huge problem for our district. And even though we were able to give inflationary increases to our staff, because we're getting an inflationary increase from the state, every other district is also giving an inflationary increase to their staff. So it is not changing the gap between us at all. That need remains our most urgent need in order to retain and recruit our staff. So we are suggesting for a potential 2023 mill levy override that $60 million still be used for the exact same purpose. 9% average pay increase for teacher, 9% increase for support staff, 6% increase for other professionals, and within that $60 million. The $60 million mill levy override would actually cost taxpayers. We have a range because we don't know where assessed value will actually land. So we'll somewhere between 82 cents and 96 cents per 100K. Remember that 60 million is a fixed dollar amount, which means that as assessed valuations go up, the amount per 100,000 will go down because our homeowners will never be paying more. They would, in fact, the impact in real dollars on our homeowners of the $60 million mill levy override will decrease over time as that $60 million fixed amount is spread over more homeowners in Douglas County. Now, I've been asked about security multiple times, and you all have asked about security. So I wanted to come prepared tonight with I talked to our security staff. We've talked to local law enforcement. If a security component were to be included in a mill levy override, what would it look like? But actually, the real conversation is, what's the ideal configuration for security in our district? And so when asked the question that way, the ideal configuration for security in our district would involve 10 more school resource officers across all of our law enforcement jurisdictions to help fill in gaps where people are out sick or on vacation or out training or whatever else it might be, and to ensure that we have even more coverage of our elementary schools. Ideally, we would have a campus security specialist at each of our elementary schools. We currently have campus security specialists at our middle schools and our high schools, and we have for a long time. When COVID was going on and our schools were hybrid, we actually had security specialists at our elementary schools because of the way that they weren't needed quite as much at the middle and high schools. And our leaders have given us feedback that that was incredible, and they would love to have that configuration moving forward. So again, this is in an ideal state. We would have a campus security specialist at each of our elementary schools. The third thing is the budget to replace security equipment, cameras, radios, that kind of thing. Right now, the security equipment is a line item in this case, in the potential 2022 bond, security equipment replacement was a line item. It was a line item in the 2018 bond. If we had it as a recurring budget item, so we could just replace things as needed instead of waiting and hoping that a bond passes every 4 years, that would be a better state for our security to be in. We think the total cost, so we've done some work since I posted the initial slides. These are a final version of the slides for our public because we've spent the last few days kind of calculating and recalculating. The cost of this would be between 5 and 6 million, depending on how we handled the equipment line item. We can't afford 9% raises within a $60 million MLO and throw in $5 million of security stuff. So it would have to increase the MLO from 60 million to 65 million. If the MLO were to increase to 65 million, the impact would be very, very minimal, between 5 and 8 cents per 100,000. So would actually still be at about $1 per 100,000 in home value. With a $65 million MLO that covered security. So when we stop for questions, I think that can be, certainly part of the dialogue that you all are able to have. All right, switching gears to the bond. So in a nutshell, our needs haven't changed. We didn't magically fix everything that the bond needed to fix. The list for the bond of what we need is pretty much exactly the same as it was before. The difference is inflation. I just took my 19-year-old daughter to lunch at Panera right before she went back to school after spring break. We went and had a mom and daughter lunch, and the two of us had lunch at Panera, and it was $30 for two of us to have lunch. It was crazy. Those inflationary costs that are, of course, being felt by all of our staff also impact our bond. So all of the costs for everything included in the 2022 bond have now increased. And so if we were to keep all of the same scope and increase the cost, the amount that we would have to ask for would go up to somewhere around $484 million. So the philosophical question here is, do we need to go back and cut scope so that we can hold at that 450 million level, or do we ask for the exact same scope, understanding that the cost for that same scope has increased? Our goal is still that a $450 million bond would be a no taxpayer impact. We think we can do that. We've put out an RFP for bond consultants, and we're in the final process of picking one, but the structures that they've put forward, many of them have shown that we will still be able to do a zero impact, but at 450, but not if we go higher than 450. So a 480, for example, will have a minimal impact on taxpayers relative to what they pay now, but it would indeed have an impact. Okay, and so a little bit about our consultant. The scope is that they've just finished conducting their public opinion polling and doing their election analysis. And so they are finally in a position to really help us develop those communication strategies that will resonate. They will be presenting to the Board of Education on the 11th of April so that you can see the results of the polling analysis. They just closed the polling, so we don't know very much, but what they have shared with us is that they are, quote, extremely encouraged, end quote, and feel like it's very doable. So those are all good things to hear from pollsters. So that's a little bit where we're at. You'll see those results on 4/11. They'll actually come present them themselves so that you can ask them any questions you want. They'll have a really deep analysis. We polled on all kinds of things. The messaging, our messaging, like how messaging is working and what resonates, as well as messaging against the bond MLO and how that resonates. And the other piece that they shared that I can share with you is that they found that it was much easier to bring someone from a no to a yes than it was to bring someone from a yes to a no. And that also is extremely encouraging. Okay, so you'll see that on the 11th. And then in the meantime, what we're doing is they've been working on that analysis of the 2022 election results. They have reviewed all of our messaging and material. They've already made suggestions, but based on the polling, I think they're going to make much deeper suggestions, and we will be making some adjustments. And they're working on analyzing the polling results as the polls just closed. That poll just closed. In April, they're having facilitated conversations with our school leaders. So that consulting firm will sit down with our school leaders to get their input on kind of what works, what isn't. Most importantly, the thing that we've all been talking about, how do we really help our leaders and our staff take ownership of this initiative? And then again, presenting to you all on the 11th with focus groups. They're also going to hold focus groups again to work on the messaging and the analysis, and that'll be the week of 4/18. And then finally, in May, they will really work with our communications department so that all of our messaging is aligned with what resonates with our taxpayers. So moving forward, in April, as I've mentioned to you before, I will be doing a presentation to our staff. I will hit almost 4,000 staff members in person in a single day in a giant whirlwind of 9 in-person meetings in each of our feeders during a professional development day. I'm so grateful to our leaders for being willing to do it. And not only are they willing, they're actually really happy about it. And I'm really grateful to IT, communications. I hate to say it, but it takes a village to make me just to be able to be in 9 places on a single day and in front of 4,000 people. We're actually really excited about it though. We'll be creating and rolling out a funding messaging toolkit for our staff, as well as students. So we're really talking about how we reach students. Planning on production and outreach of kids with questions, as well as highlighting our amazing teachers. Teachers are the backbone to our school district, and they're getting it done for our kids every single day. And we really want to highlight their stories because that's who we're investing in, along with our amazing staff. And then funding factoids and infographics. And then again, in May, we'll be doing all of the messaging and materials in collaboration with the consultants. So these are the big next steps. Polling presentation April 11th. MBEC on May 9th. We did share all of this information and have conversations around this information with the MBEC last night. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or sit back while you all have a discussion.
So open it up to the board for discussion. 1 minute over. Okay. I guess first, before I ask the superintendent, I'd like to ask our MBEC representatives. My concern is, and I appreciate the very end of the comment, how much coordination do you think we're getting between our MBEC, our Mill Bond Exploratory Committee, the consultancy in the district, and I guess I know we're getting an update, but how are things going in MBEC? I'm not looking for the recommendation, just the coordination, collaboration.
MBEC has not been presented yet with the results, but they are going to be given the results so that they can dive into them. We talked about that last night, and then I'm going to jump into really quickly what we did since I'm already on the mic. So last night, we talked a lot about the community engagement, and there's a awesome group. Gosh, this whole group in MBEC is great, but they reached out to all sorts of different areas. So the first area, they reached out to all board committees to talk to them about their questions and their concerns about moving forward. Do you find this necessary? Do you feel like you're informed enough to make the decision? All of that sort of stuff to all board committees. They did the same thing with PTOs and SACs throughout the district. Then they reached out to the SPED community, and then also to teachers, which we got 1,200 responses from teachers, and that's huge. So it was really good to get all that information. And I think because there were so many responses from the teachers, we haven't gotten the full results, but everything is looking very favorable, and I'm excited to see the work. I do have some questions, but not in regards to this, so I'll let people ask those questions and then just for us to talk about in a few.
Other directors' questions for the superintendent? Director Meek?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm definitely looking forward to the polling results presentation. Do you happen to know if they asked a question whether voters understood it was a net zero tax increase on the bond? And if they didn't know, if they would have voted yes? Do you happen to know if they asked that?
So they asked something to the effect of, so they test the ballot questions, right? And then they come back and say, you know, here's a fact. And if you knew that, would that make you more likely or less likely to vote for it? And so they asked, one of it was, here's the net impact of the bond, you know, on taxpayers. Does this make you more or less likely to vote for it? So actually, I think in an indirect way, actually that gets directly to what you're asking. So I'm fascinated to see those results as well that are broken down and cross-tabbed, and if that resonates with our voters.
Do you know if they've asked specifically why you voted no, if you voted no? Like, do you know if it gets into that level? And I'll just have to wait if you don't know all these answers, but I'm just curious.
I think the best thing to do would be to wait for them, because they not only have the answers to those questions, Director Meek, but they'll also have and this is why we chose to take this approach versus this approach based on our gazillion years of initiatives.
Director Myers.
So thank you for the presentation. I happened to run into a very dear friend. I won't bring up any names, but I guess he's on the MBEC. And was very astonished, eye-opening, and was asked to be on this committee as to how the school district works. And I know he's been in Douglas County for years. So it was kind of, and he's pretty influential, and he'll have contact with people that he can say, okay, I can tell you how the school district works. So there was some optimism with talking with this person. And when I take a look at slide 10, I guess we're low on, you know, our pay and everything else, but I guess it's a good thing when we get on slide 10 and we're 6% at our administrative cost. So I know that sometimes we have people that bring that issue up. In any organization, you must be top heavy. And I said, well, no, but now I actually have a chart that I can show people and go there. But I guess my main concern or question, which I don't want to ask you individually, how many hours are you putting in per week? Are you getting any sleep? Because I think you're doing such good work and working so hard, and there's so many things on your plate with everything that's going on. So thank you and your cabinet and everyone on it for the job that you're doing for this district.
Thank you. I would say I'm not putting in any more hours than anyone sitting over here, and we are all working very, very, very hard and an awful lot. That's why general administration is so low. It just means there's fewer of us to do the same work. But I appreciate the gratitude, and I'm sure my cabinet does as well, and just the acknowledgement.
Other directors? Director Ray?
Thank you again, and just the clarity. Superintendent Kane, always right on target, and just really appreciate it. And the messaging really helps us then to be able to do the elevator talks. And so thank you and your staff and everyone for that. So a couple questions. One is in terms of compensation. We did the inflationary raises. Do we anticipate that we would do the 9% plus the inflationary raises if we were to do an MLO and were to successfully approve it?
So what we are proposing is 9% on top of whatever staff is making at the time of the MLO. So the inflationary raises are a done deal, right? Those go into effect July 1st. And so, you know, a teacher got a 3.5% COLA boost, right? And so that is their new base. So we took what we anticipate to be that new base for everyone, and calculated 9% of that new base. And that's where that got to us to 60 million. We did have to make some tighter assumptions around turnover, et cetera, because 9% of a slightly bigger number is a slightly bigger number. So, but we know we're going to have turnover. We know we're going to have various reasons why it won't literally cost us 9% of the total base, because some of that will be vacancies and turnover will have an impact on that. So we had to make our assumptions a little more liberal, I guess, more liberal assumptions in order to make sure that we kept the 9% at 60 million. But to be ridiculously clear, Director Ray, the 9% would be on top of whatever their salary is going into the 23-24 school year, and just like last time, would be retroactive to the beginning of the school year.
So let me ask it a little bit differently, because I think I'm getting understanding. If the state decides to give us inflationary revenue like they did this year, would we adjust? Would we add that to the 9%? Because if we had approved the MLO this year, our staff would have been looking at 14% increase, wouldn't they? Because we would still do the inflationary.
That is correct.
Plus the 9% that we were hoping to give them.
Yes.
Is that making sense?
That absolutely. So if I'm understanding you, so now we go to November, they all get their 9% retroactive, and on we go to March, and we look at what the School Finance Act looks like, and there are inflationary increases going into fall of '24 to the School Finance Act. Our staff would still receive an increase going into 24-25, because the inflationary increases of the School Finance Act that get passed along to staff get passed along by us and every single other district. The only thing that helps us close that competitive gap is this 9%.
Right. I think it's just good for us to know that
Fair.
9% really could be 14% if the inflationary patterns continue of what we saw this year.
Correct.
Yeah.
And if I could follow up on that, could we go to slide 7? Because I think, I'll wait till we get there.
I have no idea. Can you tell me which one slide 7 is? I apologize.
7, it's back 7.
All right, it's literally 7. Oh, I can see the numbers now. I don't have my glasses on up here. I'm totally blind up here. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, yes, slide 7.
Just to follow up on Director Ray, any increases in School Finance Act funding across the board throughout the state of Colorado just moves all those graphs up, but our gap remains.
Correct.
One of the things I wanted to point out, notice the blue portion, the dark blue on the bottom. Percentage-wise, when you're looking what's there in dollar-wise, the only group that pays less than us, percentage-wise, the taxpayer contribution, is Cherry Creek. Look at the amount of money that they are getting from the state in terms of state equalization fund. That's that green box. And then they have an MLO maxed at 25%, which is indexed to the state, or the School Finance Act. So as all the other districts are falling off, especially if we do a fixed dollar amount, that will dwindle, as you say, over the years as a true percentage of the funding. It's about closing that gap between the top of the gray line, the cumulative number, and the others. So this, while we of course support increased funding, especially cost of living here, Douglas County, everything like that for teachers across the board, really this comes down to being competitive for a limited pool of teachers and staff with the surrounding districts. So to Director Ray's point, any rising tide that lifts all boats still leaves us in a dinghy surrounded by yachts. So
that's
just
very
a thought.
good. Yes. And it's worth pointing out that a $60 million mill levy override would put us about halfway. And when we mentioned, oops, I lost my slideshow. I'm sure that's my fault, Mr. Blair. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't do that. That wasn't me. That was somebody else's fault. Okay, hold on. The magic, somebody's hitting the buttons. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so in looking at this, to the question, this was asked at MBAC last night too, so I just want to be super clear about this. When you look at Cherry Creek's line, which is that dark blue, they didn't have a mill levy override election, and yet their dollars per student is creeping up. Why is that? It's because their mill levy override is indexed to the School Finance Act. So when the School Finance Act is higher, their mill levy override is automatically higher without going back to the taxpayers. So some of them you can see that creep. Another reason for changes might be a change in enrollment, so the division works out a little bit differently.
Yeah, last question around the property tax and the math and the dollars. If, as the county assessor says, we have a storm coming our way in terms of property assessments and property tax increases, if you can just quickly go back one slide to slide 7, how much will the black outline box, the dark blue and the green, in fact, and the MLO, how much will our per pupil revenue increase if property taxes double in the assessment in this county?
It wouldn't.
$0.
Correct.
Right. So even if they
Our
were
School
to,
Finance Act approved per pupil revenue, that's correct.
is that true for the county commissioners, for the library
No.
district, for every other just about entity in Douglas County? So what you're saying, Superintendent, is the School Finance Act makes the school district unique, and even if property assessed values were to triple, the only thing that would change on that chart would be more dark blue, less green, but our overall ability to support our students, support our teachers and staff changes exactly $0 unless an MLO is passed.
That is correct, President.
Okay, just wanted to be clear on that. Go ahead, Director Hanson.
No, I was just teasing you to maybe go one more time. Let's go through it.
It takes
one
7
more time.
times.
Sorry, because frankly, I did that because the argument that was written in the voter's guide against this measure seemed to insinuate that we were due for some crazy windfall, which was just not factually accurate. So I wanted to get it one more time on the record. Any other director questions, comments? Director Ray.
I feel like you're in the witness box almost. Slide 16, if we could. Just first of all, I want to thank you for that quick response of doing some scenarios around safety and security if we were to add that into our ask for this year. And just a couple of questions regarding that. I'm wondering why we would invest in campus security. I heard you say that our building leaders experienced having some campus security at their schools, so they really liked that model. But I'm wondering why we wouldn't invest more into the SRO program to have an SRO at each elementary school, as opposed to a campus security specialist who is somewhat limited in terms of how they protect.
That's a really great question. So this, and again, it was done with very little time, but this is with speaking to our law enforcement partners, as well as our, as well as our security staff. So a couple of considerations. One is that our law enforcement partners don't feel they can reasonably support more than 10 additional SROs in terms of they're experiencing a lot of the things that we're experiencing, and they can't take patrol people off the street. They've got to have that too. So this 10 is really what they felt was, in working with Johnny, is what they felt was appropriate. The campus security specialists, of course, this goes without saying, but they're a lot less expensive than a school resource officer cost. So that's another part of the consideration. So this was a combination that our law enforcement partners and Johnny felt was, and Director Grusing felt was appropriate to have a good balance.
Just along with that, the law enforcement, they have to share some of the salary costs, correct? Is that why you're saying it's?
Yes, that is correct, Director Weininger. So we do share 50-50 the cost of school resource officers with our law enforcement partners. But I think the reason that they want 10 is less financial and more pragmatic in terms of what they think is appropriate and what they think they can fill.
Director Ray.
Just to follow up on this, some of these, and I have complete faith in Director Grusing and his recommendations, so I don't at all want to question those or, I mean, and I do appreciate the quick turnaround. One of the questions I had, though, as far as we were able to hire a psychological safety coordinator from our lawsuit that settlement with the Douglas County Board of Health. And I'm wondering, I know that was kind of a temporary position because those are one-time dollars. And I'm just wondering two things. One, is this an opportunity to have that position as an ongoing position? And two, have we talked to that individual who has spent the year really analyzing psychological safety, if there's anything else that might be included in this kind of notion of a safety add-on for our MLO?
So the answer to question one is we have made that position ongoing through our DBB. Well, we hope to make that ongoing through our DBB process, which we're in the process of doing right now, and we're watching carefully what the state is doing with the negative factor. But that is an excellent point. To the second question, this is our initial recommendations. The in-depth conversations, we were responding to a question that we were asked 5 days ago. So the initial, so we haven't gone deeper than sort of that initial level, and we certainly would before we came to the Board of Education with a final recommendation.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, we're out of time, directors, but we can continue without exception for just a few more minutes. Director Meek, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. One quick question. I noticed the MBEC materials are not posted on the website, unlike all of our other board committee materials. And so I'm just wondering if that's intentional or I know they adhere to, posting meetings and transparency and everything, but I was just curious if there's a reason why.
Honestly, other than speaking at MBEC once in a while, I don't have an answer to that. I don't know if your board liaisons might have an answer to that. I'm not
That's
sure.
a great question that I don't know the answer to, but I can certainly get an answer, and I think it is realistic to expect that. So I'll talk to Ms. Brownrigg, and we can handle that.
Yeah, and my question would be around proposed language. I know this board went to extreme lengths to try to tie our hands and give certainty to our teachers about that percent. And in fact, for those that don't remember, this is not for our board, for the public, we voted three things out last year. We approved bond language, we approved the MLO language, and that MLO language had all the words like including but not limited to, and all the discretion ideally taken out of that, so our staff could have certainty that whatever was passed by the taxpayers was going to be actually realized and not just a general trust us promise. So we actually voted on that third item, which was step and lane new salary plan that would go into effect should the MLO pass. My question is around potential language with security. I think we need to be as precise, if not, more precise around salary and benefits to say MLO will go exclusively for, but when we dictate the exact, the language around the security, I think needs to have some flexibility, because I don't necessarily want to say 10 and then we find out we have capacity for 12, or our law enforcement partners are only able to source 8 just because numbers. So I would just suggest that when you come forward, we maintain that very tight language around teacher pay and benefits, but we give our law enforcement partners and others some flexibility while limiting that spend to security-related things. That would be my only ask.
So here are a couple of things that we would ask from you all, just in terms of kind of pointing staff in the right direction, so we make sure that we're all continuing to be on the same page. The first is the extra $5 million in security something the Board of Education is interested in pursuing? If it is, we will do a much deeper dive, including language and everything that you just mentioned. So that's kind of question number one. And the second question is around the bond. The cut scope versus increase the amount of the bond question is a question that is out there. We can come back with multiple options. But that is kind of question number two. just in terms of giving us direction as to what you all would like us to come back with as we get closer to a recommendation. We're nowhere close to a recommendation because you guys aren't close to voting, but it'll give us a good direction.
Any board director comments? Director Meek?
Yeah, that's partly why I was asking my question earlier around the zero net tax impact. My gut tells me that that's where we should try to keep it. The bond has always been more challenging to pass. I'd like to know if our community really understood it was zero, and I don't think they did personally. But so I'd want to know that, and then I'd also want to know how would you scope down? Like, what would that look like?
Yeah, I have the exact same feeling as one director, and that's my exact same question. So I don't know if I could take without voting, but does that seem to be the consensus of the 7 folks as it sits tonight, that we would try to maintain a cost neutral, i.e. no tax increase on the bond, and see what that descoping would look like? Because otherwise, I don't want staff to go chase 5 or 6 scenarios and bring it to us and do extra work if we already have a general idea. So Director Meek and I believe I share the idea of let's maintain the bond as a net zero. That would involve some descoping. We would have to look at that and see what that looks like. But do any other directors think differently or want to consider other options? And it's okay. But if we have some degree of certainty, we could maybe provide that to staff tonight.
And if you would prefer to wait to give us that kind of that consensus direction until you talk to the consultants and have seen the results of the polling, that's absolutely fine too.
I personally would like to wait. In addition, last night at MBEC, there was discussion around some people believe that there wasn't a difference, and there wouldn't have been a difference if there would have been a cost to it versus not, because it was so far behind and there was no tax increase. So anyway.
Any other directors' comments?
I
Director Wright.
I thought your question, though, was really around the security piece and whether or not we would want to explore moving that MLO up to $65 million, not the bond.
Yeah, I was actually going to get to that next. So,
okay.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing, if I get this right, I'm looking for any directors that disagree. We will wait for the consultants to give some polling, give us some analysis, but we do owe ideally the superintendent and the staff a board opinion on whether to increase the scope and increase the amount so that it would be a tax increase of some degree, or whether we will ask them to keep it so that there is not a tax increase versus the current with the bond and decrease the scope. So we owe that at some point to the superintendent and staff. Second item I'll take up for Director Ray is the first question was, are we interested as a board in having the superintendent in the district look at increasing the MLO, which would already be a tax increase, as you said on the slides, an additional, I think it was like 8-10 cents to add in additional funds to program towards security. And I'll say as one director, I think that's exactly what we should do. And I'll open it up to any other director comments.
No, I was going to advocate for the same thing, Director Peterson, and just absolutely we should be looking at, and especially as we are feeling pretty heavy-hearted about the last several weeks, I just think we can't take this up. We have to take this opportunity to really explore and consider. And I think even, I would say too, because it sounds like you're feeling a little bit anxious about the 9%, whether or not that can fit into that 60 million figure. And so I think even expanding that MLO so it accomplishes that task, that 9% task, as well as the security. I don't see a problem with us bumping that up, especially if it's like 8 or 10 cents difference for the $100,000 formula. I think we should go out and get what we need, which is to pay our staff competitively and to make sure safety is comprehensive. So.
Are there any, just to be clear, I want to be sure so we can give direction to the superintendent, are there any directors that disagree or have a negative opinion of adding the additional security spend or considering it in the MLO? Okay, we at least answered one of the two questions tonight. All right, we are well over, and we can move to the next item, which is a superintendent evaluation timeline discussion. We've allotted 10 minutes, and I'll go before this because there is no slides. I'd like to thank Director Ray, who is very good at hawking policy and requirements. And we did, as a board, approve a superintendent contract that in that contract, there is a kind of a two-parter. There is what they call a formative meeting, which has to occur with the board in October each year, each school year, and we did do that. And that's where we came up with the whole concept of reinstituting monitoring reports, things like that. And then we are required via contract to conduct a meeting in March to conduct a summative evaluation. And so what I would simply like to propose is that the board extend the requirement in that contract for the summative evaluation just for this school year to the end of June, basically the last meeting we have here as a board for this school year. And the reasoning behind it is very simple. We've got 2 more monitoring reports we haven't seen. It's like kind of giving a course grade before all the homework's submitted. So I would propose that we make a one-time extension of that due date, and then as part of the ever-increasing scope of our summer retreat where we talk about policy and prioritizations and the plan for next year, we come back and evaluate how we'll do that. Now that, and Director Ray, please back me up on this. When was the last time we actually had monitoring reports in the district? Do you recall?
Well, 2 years ago. I mean, we had a gifted and talented monitoring report a couple of years ago. So as far, I mean, we reactivated monitoring reports. We haven't had monitoring reports on our board ends until this year. So that's been.
Yeah, I tried to look it up. I actually couldn't find specifically the last time to the point where when, and I'll go to Director Meek in a second, Superintendent Kane, when she was the interim superintendent, didn't have monitoring reports, and we didn't have them for any subsequent superintendents. So Director Meek, maybe you have that institutional knowledge.
I do. The board in 2011 passed a resolution to discontinue monitoring reports.
So it's been a decade. So again, we're doing a little bit of crawl, walk, run to get monitoring reports back in place, which seems to be a point of emphasis by all 7 members up here. And we're not going to get it perfect, but just to get them in place. And then we can figure out how the linkages between ELs, monitoring reports, superintendent evaluation, we'll get it all right eventually, but it is a work in progress. So that's it. I know we have 10 minutes for that. That was my opening statement. We'll take any questions on why this item's here, and if there are no questions, I will entertain a motion. Director Ray.
Just a couple of observations or thoughts. So superintendent evaluation is not only the in-statements, it's also about the job description as well. And I think that's one of the things that I really feel like we need to nail down for the sake of our superintendent, so she knows how we're evaluating is, I think it's pretty clear that the in-statements are one dimension of that. What we haven't discussed is how we go about evaluating that job description piece. It's also part of our evaluation. And I'm not suggesting we do that tonight, but I think it's something we ought to figure out soon. The other thing I would suggest.
If I may, we are actually required to use those 2 components. And it doesn't say monitoring reports specifically, but it says goals and objective with performance standards agreed by the boards.
Right.
Those would be the monitoring reports.
Right.
But we explicitly must include, be based, and I'm quoting here, assessment shall be based upon superintendent's job description and what I just read. So we are required, but thank you.
Yep. And then the only other thing I would suggest is because this is a contractual amendment, I don't believe it should be just as simple as a motion of us extending that. I think it would make more sense to me that we would propose an amendment to the superintendent's contract, because she needs to agree, because the contract's really between 2 parties. It's between us and the superintendent. And I don't feel comfortable with the precedent that we just make a motion and we change the superintendent's contract or some of the deadlines without it being a mutual decision. When we've amended superintendent contracts in the past, we've actually made a formal amendment, a written amendment that just says basically that we want to postpone the summative evaluation till the end of June. And then that gets submitted to the superintendent, who signs off on that, as well as us signing off on that. And then contract is amended for that year. So I would just caution us not to take the precedent of just making motions to modify a contract that's between two parties.
Yeah, noted. I know that during COVID, when I looked it up, there was a resolution suspending superintendent evaluation for that year, which was per the contract, and it wasn't done exactly that way.
Right.
It was done via resolution by the board. What we may, if I may suggest, is we could offer a resolution that the board, changes the date subject to agreement with the superintendent, since it is a mutual contract. And we could pass a motion that we would approve as a board, but the actual effect of that would require concurrence by the superintendent, if you're agreeable with that.
That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
No, I think that's a good idea, is one director.
Yeah, great. And I actually have a motion written out if.
My Director Ray, I'd love to hear that motion if we are at that point.
I would make a motion to submit a proposed amendment to the superintendent requesting postponement of the summative performance evaluation for school year 22-23 to be conducted no later than the end of June 2023.
And before we have a motion, do we have a second? Motion.
Second.
Okay, I'm sorry, was that Myers? Okay, thank you. Motion by Ray, second by Myers. We are now open for discussion, and my first question would actually be to the superintendent around that motion. Do you believe that's properly stated from your side as someone that would have to agree to that?
Yes, I do, and to be completely transparent on my end, having experienced this before, I know that the superintendent evaluation also often includes a self-evaluation and gathering of information. And honestly, I just don't think that I could add that to our workload right now. So I'm actually really grateful for, not only am I agreeable, I'm really grateful for the postponement as well.
Okay, discussion of the motion, questions by other directors. Director Meek.
I was just going to say, when you do have monitoring reports in place, under pure policy governance, you really don't need to do the self-reflection piece. Your performance is the performance of the organization, which is what we're tracking. I mean, that's pure policy governance. But if that's not the evaluation system that we want to use, I think we owe the superintendent a conversation around the evaluation tool. And so I think that's something for us to talk about, if it is more than just the monitoring reports.
Director Ray.
No, and that's what I was stating earlier too. The contract doesn't allow us to do purely policy governance evaluation. The contract, as Director Peterson read, really has that two-prong approach. And so that's why I would really encourage us to talk about what does that tool look like to evaluate the job description part of the superintendent's performance.
Yeah, and my intent, just for transparency with all board members, would probably be to consult with Kristen Egger or another appropriate outside entity how this is done based on the reading of this specific contract, how it's been done previously, what other boards use, and then bring a proposal forward to the board for how we would use that job description portion of the tool. The monitoring reports are going to be self-evident. After 2 more months, we will have accepted or not or commented on each of the 5 monitoring reports linked to our ends. But I'm frankly looking for some outside advice and assistance that we will then bring back to the board on what that tool. The nice part is, if passed, this motion will give us a little bit of breathing room as a board to figure out that tool, have some consensus, populate that tool, and then still meet the requirements by the end of the year. Any other discussion on the motions? The motion made by Director Ray, seconded by Myers on the floor. Director Myers. Oh, I'm sorry, you're just getting ready to vote. I thought that was a hand. Without that, Director Ray, if you would read it one more time for our Assistant Board Secretary, so we make sure we get that we record it exactly correctly.
Yeah, I make a motion that we submit a proposed amendment to the superintendent requesting postponement of the summative performance evaluation for school year 22-23 to be conducted no later than the end of June 2023.
Okay, motion is as read. I will now take the roll. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0, and I guess we have officially made that proposal to the superintendent. And for the record, would you like to respond now, Superintendent?
For the record, yes, thank you, and we'll get it written up.
And I would just suggest, I mean, what I'm envisioning, Director Peterson, is just a simple
Yeah.
page that says amendment 1, or, you know, amendment.
Yeah, we will DocuSign or wet sign and make sure that we have an official contractual amendment. But thank you, Director Wright. And honestly, thank you for your diligence. We got a lot of balls in the air here, so appreciate that. Moving on to next item, which is item number 24. Proposed policy regarding charter school waivers of district policy, 10-minute presentation, 30-minute Q&A, and I will turn it over to Mr. Mosher.
Check, check. Thank you. All right, thank you for the time. This is the time of year where I get to come back and talk to you a few times with some busy work in the charter world from choice programming. So thank you for the opportunity. First, I want to just acknowledge the work that's been done. I'll talk a little bit about the timeline as we get here, but this is an exciting time to get close to what I hope is an area where we can put some finality to a process that's been ongoing for quite some time through, I believe, 3 directors in my position, but the common thread of professionalism behind the scenes, Kristen Schmidt, has been involved all the time with that and has been involved as we move on, making the work and the bridge between our charter communities and the district. So I really want to appreciate her as well in this work. So the charter school guidance that I have up here, the Charter School Act permits the charter schools are free to operate from specified state statutes and rules in accordance with waiver procedures. It also states that you may operate free from specified school district policies pursuant to its charter contract with the district. So those are 2 Charter School Act provisions that really guide the work that we do around waivers. And to systematically support Douglas County charters in requesting them, we're proposing board file LBDR3. It sounds very Star Wars-ish to me, but LBDR3 and its exhibit outlines the types of waivers made available to Douglas County charter schools and the procedures for requesting them. We have not had a consistent and systematic waiver process in Douglas County that I'm aware of, and this is an exciting time to get to a place where we can have some clarity around what that looks like from both sides, from the Board of Education, from staff, and also from our charter community. Thank you. So board file LBD states that the contract between the charter schools and the Board of Ed shall designate responsibility for charter school operations, including but not limited to preparation of budget, contracting for services, facilities, and personnel matters. So we have that board file in place, and then we have the LBDR files underneath that the superintendent files designate the work that is done in procedures. The superintendent is thereby authorized to create procedures and regulations concerning charter applications process and the supervision of charters. So what does that mean for Douglas County? The waivers that are requested will be submitted to the Board of Consideration for your approval. That doesn't change at all. The Board of Education is the one that approves the waivers. We are just looking to systemize the communication piece with our charters and with charter applicants around what types of waivers we have with our 290-ish board policies, right? So in order to initiate that waiver process request at the same time, all of our charter schools have diligently been working since past about a year to put their waivers in place on a template that we created internally that mimics the state's waiver process. So the state has a very clear form that they use for their state automatic and their non-automatic waivers. We have mimicked that in our template to provide, to give that to our charter schools so that when they're making their waiver request to you, it's on a similar format and they don't have to bounce back and forth. Those waiver requests will be given to you for your consideration in the near future. We did have some last minute as we were going through kind of saying, what type does that fit in? There may be discussion by you tonight where you say, I'd like to move that type to a different one. So we didn't want to give you those waiver requests from the charters too soon. We want to make sure that we get everything on the types solidified in that superintendent file. Our plan is to give you digitally and also printed in hard copy a binder of all waivers from all charters. It's going to be a binder, but it's not out of line with what we have every time. Every charter contract that we do has a number of waivers because that's just the way the contract process works. So we want to give you that, and we'll get that to you in a timely fashion so you can review. Charter schools in Colorado have the ability to request waivers from district policy at any time. That's the charter school law. Charter school law allows them to request waiver from any policy at any time. That request does not mean automatic. This words that we're using, this automatic waiver, doesn't mean automatically approved. It just means that it's an automatic in our type that designates how much work the charters have to put in to show what they're doing instead of that policy. I want to make that clear, and maybe that's crystal or mud clear, let me know as we get there. So they'll continue to have that ability. Having all Douglas County charter schools using this template allows our department, DCSD Legal, and you to have an aligned review process so we all know we're talking the same language and know what we're looking at. That's the hope. Where have we come? So prior to 2021, again, we knew that we needed to get an approved process in place, again, to identify what these types of waivers would be and to help everyone be involved. There was a study session, those of you maybe remember back in 2021, where we sat and we still did the big horseshoe in here and we went through and started talking about these big Excel files we were building and mapping out what the types would be and what charters had which waivers and trying to get things systemized. There were some issues where charter schools during the COVID time, I mean, we had some renewals that there was a little bit of inconsistency with the waivers. This is an opportunity for us to get everything on the same page. That's what we're looking to do. So this last summer and fall, we worked with all the charter leaders to have them get their waivers submitted and put into our common template that we've provided to them. We gave feedback. We went through those as a team and looked at those and said, I need a little bit more here, or how do you exactly do that? Or where's that linked to in your policy handbook or whatever? So we worked collaboratively back and forth to a place where we are now, where we have a very close to final master list of requested waivers completed. Making this presentation, we did it back in January, and now we're looking to hopefully approve the systemic waiver process moving forward. So the four types of policies that we are proposing for policy LBD R3 are non-applicable. And as you can see, I know there's a lot of words on this. I've got some cleaner color-coded copies for you here in a minute. But non-applicable, these are policies with no alignment to the Charter School Act. These policies that we have, and they are very applicable to Douglas County School District, they don't apply to a charter school. For example, and I'll go through some examples of those here in a little bit, but things that are specific to the superintendent, right? Those things are not applicable to a charter school where they have their own executive director or principal in that capacity, not their superintendent of our district. So policies were examined, determined not to be there. If it's in that bucket, if it's in a non-applicable, charter schools are not required to request waiver from those policies. They've just been determined they're non-applicable, so they don't apply to you, okay? So that's bucket number one. Bucket number two is the automatic policy. So that is aligned to the Colorado State CDE has automatic waivers. They have automatic policies already in place. Those automatic policies are in those areas of governance, of curriculum, student services. Those automatic waivers are already there at the state level. So what we did is we examined which of our policies we felt aligned most closely with those, and that's in that. Now the state of Colorado does not require any submission of anything for an automatic waiver. If it's an automatic state of Colorado waiver, the charter school says, I want it, and you get it. That's it. We have asked and worked collaboratively with our charter leaders to say, could we get one more step with that? Okay? You don't have to give us a full rationale and a full policy plan on that, but can you just tell us where you do that? Is it in your student handbook? Is it in your staff handbook? Is it in your, whatever, your board docs? Where is that at, and can you show us where it is? We've asked to go one more level, and they've agreed to that. So that was a nice process that we identified. So the school is, as you can see at the bottom, required to provide documentation of its plan, process, or policy. They do have to show us something there. Next bucket, non-automatic policies. These are aligned to those non-automatic policies at the state level. And this does require another level of commitment by the school. The school, if it's a non-automatic in our types, they just do have to give us a rationale and a replacement plan on our common template, explaining the impacts, what are the financial obligations, how does this policy play in the world of Douglas County. They have to give us more information there. And you'll get all of this again that you can actually read and see and link and have all that work done on what they've submitted. Last bucket, is non-waivable policies. So these are policies required by state or federal law. These were deemed to be important district policies, typically required by federal or state law, which deemed necessary. Also in our contractual relationship with the charters. So those policies, we are not allowing a recommendation to waive on that. So we're saying, don't request that one. That's not waivable. Okay? So that's the fourth bucket. Now my color coding. You were given this, you were given a chart that accompanied the policy, but I also wanted to just make it a quick linkable chart, and this is the work that we use with the schools as we're going through. So you got the pink, the salmon color, I guess my wife would call it, grayish, green, and yellow. And so I'm gonna go through the next couple of slides, but you have this document as well, and those color codings that go along with it, okay? So you have them listed. It is as non-public. I didn't want to confuse the public with it, but it's listed as non-public in the board docs. ESB.
So just to clarify, Mr. Mosher saying if anybody's following along at home, they will not see the color-coded full version.
Correct.
In the attachments, but the board has access to it through the board docs. And I believe we also received a link via separate email to all the board members.
Okay.
We're good. Please proceed.
Perfect. So I'm going to give some examples of these. This language that you're seeing here just kind of simplifies, again, from the previous slide for the public, no recommendation to waive on non-waivable. You do need for non-applicable, they don't need to submit a request. They just have been determined non-applicable, automatic, and non-automatic. I do want to note at the bottom, charters do not need to submit a waivers to any Douglas County School District policy. If they don't submit a waiver request to that policy, that just means they are using that policy as it is their own. And we have a number of schools who just opt to do it that way. And they say, we closely align with that. It works for us. We'll just do it that way. And they don't submit a waiver. So some examples of non-applicable. So these would be the, did I skip one? Thank you. The salmon. So this is non-waivable. So this is just a small sampling. You have the exhaustive list in two ways that you can see. But as you look at these, I think you can see, non-waivable. These are state, federal law, very important policies that we don't allow any waiver request to these policies. And these were collaboratively designed by the charter leaders. They said, yeah, we agree. Those are non-waivable. Things like sexual harassment, grievance process, obviously non-discrimination, equal opportunity. We're all in alignment there. Next bucket. Non-applicable. So those non-applicable ones, the DFB reserving policy for our medical fund in the district, right? the District Advisory Committee, our DAC, that just doesn't apply to the charters. They have their own, staff advisory committees or public advisory committees. They don't have our policy and they don't operate underneath it. Automatic, some examples there of automatic, board file BBBE, unexpired term, fulfillment and vacancies. We're just saying, how do you deal with that? Give us a link to how you do that. Board meetings, how you do that, concurrent enrollment, curriculum development. Again, IGAR, the Charter Schools Act is very specific and says charter schools can create their own curriculum alignment as long as it follows state rule. So we're just saying, show us how you do that. Non-automatic, the next level up, a little bit more. Again, they have to show not only a rationale of why they're requesting, but a replacement plan that says, here's how we do this in lieu of that policy. So there's a little bit more of a layer there. You got a lot of things here with sexual harassment, workplace safety protection, staff conduct. Again, that's their staff and they're monitoring and they are having policy on how they handle those things. We just want to know that they're doing it in accordance with state and federal law. And the last, last slide. So the charter schools and the Board of Education will provide guidance and a clear process which outlines the types of waivers available. So that's what we're looking for today, again, with that board file that we have created that clearly identifies those 4 buckets, so those 4 types of waivers. Submitting all these waiver requests using this template this spring will get us all in the same process, all in the same format, using the same templates. It'll be in a good place, we hope, moving forward. Charter schools will be required to submit waivers to CDE for their state waivers still, and to you as the board in their renewal cycle. So they still have to do this on their renewals in the state. When the state changes a policy, they have to resubmit those. And Kristen does an amazing job working with Paola at the state level to make that happen. Charter schools can request those waivers in the future in alignment with their contract. We have language in their contracts which clearly says what you can, when they can, and how they do request waivers from policy. And we are recommending that the Board of Education consider adoption of policy LBDR3, known as the Charter School Waivers of District Policy. So questions and discussion. It was fast talking, right? I know.
If I could just add one other thing as part of Director Mosier's presentation, just to make sure we're crystal clear, in all cases, everything but the non-applicable waivers are still voted on by the Board of Education. So automatic waiver does not, as Mr. Mosier said, imply the board doesn't vote on those waivers. It's just a lesser bureaucratic process for the charter to request. So it's just really how many gates we put up. Thank you for allowing me to make that clarification.
So just to paraphrase to be sure if I understand this right as one director, we don't have to vote on non-waiverables because they are non-waiverable. We don't have to vote on automatics if and when this policy is approved because they are automatics. We only have to vote on the non-automatics?
So you will not have to vote on the not applicable and then the non-waivable. But you will vote on the other 2, the automatic and the non-automatic. We tried to align the verbiage with the state, but the actual waivers still go through the Board of Education. So the difference between automatic and non-automatic is essentially that for automatic, it's a lower bar for what the charters have to provide to us, and the non-automatic, it's a higher bar what they have to provide to us, but those sets still both go to the Board of Education.
So thank you for the clarification. So we will be voting if and when we pass anything that appears in the automatic or non-automatic waiver category. And just to go one step further, we could grant or deny as a Board of Education anything in either category, correct? Absolutely. Yeah, I just wanted to be absolutely clear of what we were talking about. So before we let's go to Mr. Mosher for any questions. But before we do, there is no action to be taken by the board on this tonight. Just to be clear, this is a first reading. So you still have time as a board member to dig through, reflect, look at every item in this very extensive spreadsheet. And then we will have a second reading right now anticipated for the end of next month, April 25th, where we would have to have a second reading and then the board will take action. So there is actually no actionable items tonight or motions. It's just a discussion and seeing where we are. Superintendent Kane.
Yes, and just to provide further clarity on that, so you're correct, tonight is a first reading. At some point, you would have a second reading and then approve this policy. And then, step 3 is we bring forward what the charter schools have actually requested. And we will give you a lot of time to process through all of that, not just the 3 days that it would normally be posted on eBoard. And then, so your third action would be to vote on the actual waivers for the actual charter schools. So it's kind of 3 steps. I hope that makes sense.
No, thank you for the clarification, just for both the public, the board, staff. We all know what the next steps are. So with that being said, questions for Mr. Mosher from directors? I'll start out with a statement quickly, which is thank you for you saw the timeline up there, the months and, dare I say, years of effort to get us to a standardized, predictable, not just predictable for our charters, predictable for the boards going forward and for staff. I think that the time is very well spent going through a very transparent and I think much clearer process. So I'd first of all like to thank you. With that, I'll go to Director Ray.
Right, and I would echo the thank you and also appreciate Director Peterson's recognition that was over multiple years. I mean, you got it done, Mr. Mosher, so way to go. But I see Ms. Schmidt sitting behind you who
Absolutely.
has put forth a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in this project, Mr. Windsor as well. So I just want to acknowledge again the hallelujah that we are now at a place where we can formalize this and really have a standardized process. So thank you. One question, I guess a couple of questions. One is, I know when we had Lehman present, they had indicated that there was some kind of an archive of a previous document that did give automatic waivers to some district policies. And I'm just wondering, did we find that? I'm looking at Ms. Schmidt because I know she's kind of our historian. Did that ever surface, or is that, and was that even, if it did surface, did we take a look at that document?
I think it was the original, when we first started this process. So they had been a part of when we were working to create this process. This is the confusion that Ms. Kane was just talking about when you say automatic.
Right.
I think nothing had been approved. It was something we had just began working on. They took it to mean it was an automatic.
Perfect.
Because we don't have anything other than that. So that was.
So it was a working doc that they were referencing as
Yeah.
opposed to a doc that we actually had.
Correct.
Had approved. Thank you. Thank you.
Which you could see, again, at the state level, automatic just means non-applicable to what
Right.
we have our bucket as. State level, if it's automatic, you don't have to do anything. You get it. It's done. So they had seen it in that light, is what we think.
The other question I have is, and thank you to Superintendent Kane for having or sending us the master waiver, the current master waiver doc. Is that representative of what has been already approved, or is that what you think you'll be bringing to us?
It's what you have already approved.
So
it's
when it
existing.
says that there's 3 charters that have waived this particular policy, that's already been done.
Correct. And there's a
Yeah,
couple of
according-
things that we found in there, just even sitting there. It's just, and there may be a couple of things that we don't have on that sheet. We've been trying, and there may be a couple of inconsistencies when we're moving and shifting things around, but it's very close. But yes, those are what have already been approved, already in place. Those are not the new requests on this new process.
Okay, thank you. And then if I may, one more question. The District Advisory Committee policy, I'm not sure I agree that that is not applicable for a couple of reasons. One is that our DAC, we have charter representation for our DAC when we actually designate seats to ensure that there's charter representation. This also, the District Advisory Committee is a state law required committee. And I guess, and I'll kind of talk more about the foundational policies in our manual, but I think this one is one that I feel like should be charter inclusive, that when we talk about holding our system accountable, we shouldn't say it's not applicable because our charters are part of our district umbrella. So I would just make an argument that, or a question, why we would think that's not applicable when we have our charters represented on that DAC and have had for years.
So in looking at it, it's how does the district implement that policy? So it's the implementation of that policy, right? So that, if they were not able to waive that, they would have to operate their district accountability committee in the exact same way the board policy was written that governs the way you run yours. So it's saying you have to do it that way, is what that would be saying.
I see the superintendent would like to comment on that.
So it's not about not including them in our district accountability committee. It's about them not having a policy that requires them to stand up a district accountability committee of their own, because it doesn't apply. So it isn't about us not including them. It's very much about them not being obligated to stand up a district accountability committee, because of course that doesn't apply to them as a sole operator, as an autonomous operator.
Okay, I think I'm understanding, but I don't think, it seems to me that the DAC is not necessarily you would have to create your own DAC. It's simply acknowledging that that's a policy that is not something they have to replicate or do a replacement policy for or whatnot, but it seems like it's still a district policy. I mean, I guess I just a different mindset from you think that what you're suggesting then is that any policy that is not applicable, one of the reasons is because we don't want the charters to have to replicate those policies. Okay, that's just a different frame that I'm trying to understand.
Council Klemesh.
Some of these policies do make it difficult for us to ascertain the non-applicability of them, and I think you're kind of getting to this discussion gets to the core of that issue. I would agree with Superintendent Kane's explanation of why the policy related to DAC is not applicable to charter schools. Certainly, it doesn't negate the representative capacity of the charters on the DAC, but they're not going to have a similar committee engaging in the statutory functions that are required of public school districts in Colorado. Charter schools also have specific nonprofit obligations, which most of our charter schools are nonprofit, and many of those obligations are found in the contract itself, which establishes our relationship with the charter schools. So, and I didn't look to see, but if you were to look in our charter school contract, it talks about their autonomy with respect to their board governance and their responsibilities in that regard. And so the DAC is a committee that supports the district and the district's Board of Education, which is why I agree with the explanation that Superintendent Kane gave, even though there is a connection to charter schools' participation in the DAC.
Because for me, I guess it's for me it's a question of compliance with district policy versus compliance with the autonomous policies that the charter has created. I mean, I guess if we use that as an example, we don't expect all our 90 schools to create their own DAC either, but they operate underneath a district policy that says there is an accountability committee that oversees the district. So, yeah.
So our 90 schools, for example, operate under a single Board of Education. Our individual charters operate under their own boards of education, essentially, right, under their own boards. So that's really the difference. And what Council Klemesh said is absolutely true. It doesn't prohibit inclusion of the charters in our DAC. In fact, that's still required. You know, if that's part of our policy, it's required for us to include our charters. It just doesn't, if you think about compliance, right? If you just think about a compliance lens for a moment, when is a charter school not in compliance with our DAC? policy? Like, what kind of thing would they do to call them out of compliance with that? That might be one frame to think of, when would they be out of compliance? They wouldn't be, because they're not standing up a DAC. They don't have an obligation. Their board doesn't have an obligation pertaining to specifically a DAC, et cetera. So that would be one way to think of it.
I'll continue to ponder, but so does a charter then create something that meets the criteria of a district advisory committee?
I can answer that too.
I'll just, go ahead. Well, go ahead, Superintendent Kane, and then I'll supplement your comments.
Yeah, actually, the SAC and DAC world is something that barely contemplates charter schools, so it's always been a little strange. But charter schools are legally obligated to stand up a SAC. That is part of their legal obligation.
SAC, I understand, yeah.
Yeah, just not standing up a DAC. That's not, they don't have a legal obligation to stand up their own DAC.
I'll continue to ponder. Thank you for the responses.
In your color-coded version, there's one, thing in there as well that says on the automatics, and we did a little bit of alignment, but it says, CRS 2235 1047A, it reads that a charter school shall be responsible for its own operation, including but not limited to preparation of a budget, contracting for services, facilities, and all personnel matters. So when you look at those, there's so many of our policies, right, that are built in those areas. And so that was the rationale that we used to say all of those policies in those themes, in those buckets, align to automatic.
I'll go to other directors first, then I'll come back to you, Director. Do any other directors have other comments? Okay, go ahead, Director.
So we have this LBD R3, which means we also have an LBD R1 and LBD R2.
We do.
And when we look at LBD R1, it's basically the procedure manual for applying for a charter, correct?
Correct.
And then LBD2 is just a resource guide from 2011, which was published by CDE and League of Charter Schools. My concern is that they don't really look like policies, and yet we're creating another policy, an LBD3R, that to me probably would have been integrated into the LB1 because that's where we mention waivers. So I'm a little bit confused why we're calling out a whole separate policy just on waiver requests, when to me that should have been integrated into that LBD1 that says these are the things that you should include in your application and here's how you apply for waivers. Sorry.
Council Klemesh?
I'm responsible for the recommendation that it be LBDR3. I will admit that my thought process related to that was that it provides more information related to specificity that should be set apart for the charter schools because of because this is a process that is applicable to all of the charter schools. And I think the importance and the desire of the board to want to have some level, if in fact they do, by passing this policy, some level of systematization to how the waiver process works. Additionally, LBDR1 and LBDR2, they're superintendent file policies. Because the LBD at the very last sentence, I believe, and I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it states that the superintendent is given the authority from the board to manage or implement the relationship, is authorized to create procedures and regulations concerning charter application process and the supervision of charter schools. I believe, in my opinion, LBDR1 and LBDR2 clearly superintendent files and align with the charge under LBD. LBDR3, where the board is actually making decisions regarding which policies go in which bucket, as the staff discussed this, really felt like this is something the board should decide. They're making the ultimate determination on which policies should be waived by charter schools and what kind of replacements should be presented to the board to see if the board is willing to grant the waiver. So LBDR3 should be a separate board file policy. That's my kind of summary of the thought processes the staff went through in making that recommendation to the board.
Yeah, and that was I queried Council Klemesh about that, because when we start talking about our policies, you start thinking, well, per what's on the screen, that, those are delegated to the superintendent, yet we're asking for a board vote and action on a R3E only because it specifically relates to a board function, which is approval of waivers. So I was also, as one director, unclear about that, but thank you, Council Klemesh.
And just if I may follow up.
Please.
So LBDR, though, based on our policy, BGE, is under the board's authority. So I mean, that's in our column. Both LBD and LBDR are both designated board files and not superintendent files, if I'm understanding. Yes.
I believe R1 is superintendent file. That was
So,
what we had just
according
revised.
to BE, LBDR is, and I assume R1, R2, R3 kind of follows under the LBDR code. And so I think there's just, to me, some confusion with whose lane are we in, I guess.
And thank you, Director Ray, for kind of identifying that we need to align ultimately after our second reading of this, the numbering system of these policies consistent with the chart that is applicable. And there are some other cleanups likely that will be occurring as we work through policies and looking at our comparison of our policies more closely as we make policy revisions. But clearly that is the numbering of our policies needs to be looked at. And staff has discussed already the cleanup of that particular chart so that it aligns appropriately to this policy.
And I think when we're cleaning, so when we look at LBDR1, which is the procedures manual, we probably need to make that more obvious that that's a policy, as opposed to just an insert of a manual. And even the state resource on LBR2 doesn't look like a policy. It just looks like it's a resource guide that got stuck in back in 2011. So I appreciate the conversation of the cleaning up, and I would concur.
And I will echo Director Ray's persistent theme over several meetings that we got some policy work to line up this summer at the retreat, prioritize, and there's a lot of this stuff. So again, just trying to clarify, but concur with everything Director Ray just said. Any other directors? Okay, and seeing as there are no action or votes, thank you, Mr. Mosher, and you will expect a second reading as required on the second meeting in April so we can move this forward as a board. Directors, I just ask that please go through the document that shows not just the proposed column of waivers, the enclosure that was attached here. Please go through the current list of waivers because it'll be informative to what's currently in place and approved with our charter. So thank you, Mr. Mosher.
Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry, Director Klemesh.
Thank you, Director.
I'm sorry, Council Klemesh, thank you.
Thank you, Director Peterson. I just want to make one clarification because there was reference to a list of policies that the board had that were color-coded. And for purposes of the public that may be listening and those of you in the audience, all of the information contained in those color-coded lists that the board has received are also contained as the attachment to LBDR1-E, which was posted publicly. So it's just much smaller and the print is much smaller. And I believe staff did not want to confuse the public with giving two sets of information that contained the same I believe, the exact same information in two different ways. So I wanted to just make that clear.
Thank you for the clarification. It's for old people like myself and Director Weininger that need the color coding. So we'll move into item number 25, which is President Reports. Board of Education regular meeting is scheduled for 11 April. Coming up, the agenda planning for that meeting is scheduled this Thursday, 30 March at 10:30. As discussed earlier, TBD special meeting for public discussion of the Marshall versus DCSD matter, and as mentioned earlier, is anticipated to include both an executive session and a public discussion vote of that item. Apple Awards are this Saturday, April 1st at the Legacy Campus at 7:30. And we are going to have a wonderful chance to host that at our venue rather than going out and spending money on another venue. So there is one of the great cost savings of having a facility like the Legacy Campus is to host in a proper and dignified venue, great celebrations like our Apple Awards. For any teachers that are still listening, I apologize. I will be unable to attend, but I personally send my gratitude, and I think we're sending all other 6 directors to be there this weekend. April 25th, as alluded to in the superintendent updates, I'm just going to call it Policy Palooza. We've got, first readings of various policies that were mentioned in the superintendent's slide, not limited to parent engagement, student psychological services, bullying. There was a whole list presented by the superintendent earlier. Again, the intent is to do a first reading of anything that may be updated, changed. Some of those changes are required by CFR changes that we must respond to. Bullying is one of those specific ones. But the intent is to do first readings, move through the policy, wait a month till the end of May, then do second readings and vote on that. That way the public has time to not just digest what is posted as proposed changes, to hear the discussion by the board and public, and then we will have a whole month for the board and members to consider those and come back. Based on a previous meeting where we had a lot of public comment, we're also looking into changes around policy JKA, which is concerning restraint, the restraint and seclusion policy. We frankly are waiting to see what is done to change 1 CCR 301-45, which is the State Board of Education rules for the administration of the Protected Persons from Restraint Act. So bottom line is we expect there to be state action modifying existing rules, which then we will have to react to, and we can go above and beyond that standard. But we are waiting to see what is done there. Deputy Hyatt, did I get that correct? Because I know this was briefed at DC SEAC.
Yes, President Peterson, you did get that correct. We did have an internal staff team go through those proposed rules and give feedback to our lobbyist in that regard. It isn't a significant change in practice for us. And so that's one of the things that isn't causing us great hesitation at this point.
Okay, but I just wanted to be responsive. We did have a lot of public commentary all about that. That did not just go off into the ether. We are looking at proposed changes and again, seeing what the state does, and we may always exceed their standard, but expect that to be sometime later. We're waiting on other folks. I'll let Director Ray comment also during his period as the other liaison to DCSEAC, but we had outstanding participation in the Shining Star nominations this year. We had 426 combined nominations. That's 374 for individuals and 52 school sites. Last year, we had less than 300 total nominations. So outstanding, not just participation by the Douglas County School District community, outstanding job by the folks at DCSEAC, which run that program and administer it. And it just shows how much our school community respects our members of the school community, their partners, their peers, and it really does show a positive reflection on the culture and what our staff and educators are doing in the classroom, in the schools to benefit our students. So I just wanted to highlight that, and I'll let Director Ray add his comments at the end. The very last thing I'd like to cover today is and this just came up today, there's been a lot of discussion around arming teachers in schools. We had the East High School second shooting. There was a previous shooting that occurred outside that school, and then we just had the recent shooting in the school. Then on Monday, we had the Tennessee issue, which also made national news. There are various proposals coming from various groups. One of them even came from the DC GOP, where I spoke on Saturday to give an update. Let me qualify what my remarks were around East High School at that meeting. It was exactly what we talked about tonight. It was, as one director, I believe we should pursue an increase in our fine sworn law enforcement officers, also known as our SROs or school resource officers. We have 4 partner jurisdictions here in Douglas County. We have Parker, Highlands Ranch, and Castle Rock PD, and we have our fine folks from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. All 4 of those help fill our SRO roles. And as one director, I said that the district was considering, as was briefed tonight, I even said on Tuesday night, you might want to listen in, because the district is debating on whether we will do that via bond mill or other means. But my proposal was to add more sworn officers. I'll take just a second to say why I believe that, and I've had this discussion with individual directors. To be a sworn officer is not just about weapons safety, weapons proficiency, it's about decisions of the use of lethal force. And as one director, not speaking for my other directors up here, I have had 3 criteria for our folks that are armed in schools. And the first one is that they are competent, trained to a ridiculously high standard. 2, that they are proficient, so they maintain that competency and skill and not just physical but mental decision making. And the 3rd, that they are an integrated part of our planning and response. And I know that our SROs meet those criteria. Prior to the East High School shooting, as I mentioned last time, I did an SRO ride-along. Director Hansen also sits on the Safety and Security Committee with me, and I will tell you anecdotally that the training that our SROs receive to response is envied by surrounding law enforcement personnel. They wish they could receive the level of training, not just initial training, proficiency training, and the level of integration into planning and response and multi-jurisdictional collaboration planning and practicing with the school that we have. Also, I will say that I am probably uniquely qualified to have this opinion because, unlike I think everyone else sitting in this room, I have personally been involved in hundreds of decisions to use lethal force in a previous career. I only say that because there is a standard that you need to be trained to, and just having a concealed handgun permit, and this is not me speaking, this is our Director of Safety and Security, is not going to rise to that standard. So without having to have other directors comment on it, because we've had this discussion I don't know how many times, it is not my opinion that this board is looking to pursue at this time in Douglas County arming our teachers. No long guns for lunch ladies, no other type of training. Now, I don't believe that we are making that decision for other districts. They need to do their thing. But in Douglas County, this is the path that this board is currently pursuing, which is additional SROs in our school, and we had that discussion tonight. So I think we're all on the record. I want to officially be on the record for my position on where we are so we don't have to repeat it again. And I only bring this up because this is stuff that all crept up today, and I think we all got tons of messages. So with that happiness, I will now turn it over to Vice President Williams for her comments.
Well, first, I hope everyone enjoyed their spring break and got some rest and relaxation. Last night, as you've heard earlier, we had our MBEC meeting. Tomorrow is the DC Geek meeting, and then just an open invitation to the public to come to any of the future MBEC meetings, one being next Monday from 6 to 8 here at Wilcox. And then just so you know, minutes and agendas are posted on our website. And the secretary of MBEC does a phenomenal job of taking notes, and they're very detailed. So please feel free to get on and read those until we can get anything else uploaded. So thank you.
I forget which way we went, so we'll start with Director Meek and we'll work towards Director Hansen. All right, I have given advice. I will start, we will audible and start with Director Hanson and work towards Director Meek. Thank you, Director Hanson.
I just should have kept my mouth shut. No, it's fine. So you talked about Apple Awards, that's foundation. With respect to Safety and Security Committee, we don't provide updates, but I just personally want to reiterate what Director Peterson said. We serve as the Safety Committee liaisons together. Director Peterson and I have had multiple conversations, both as a part of the committee and privately, about the best way to keep our students and our staff safe. And I am personally adamantly opposed on every level to arming our teachers. And Director Peterson has never once said a single word that has caused me any concern. In fact, it's been quite the opposite. And for those who haven't seen it, Mr. Peck, representing the Douglas County GOP, sent a letter to our board today demanding that we implement a policy where our teachers will be armed. And it has created a lot of chaos within our community. And I want to call it what it is. It was a political stunt. It was reckless, and it was very purposefully, I think it was purposefully sent to create division. And so I'm only offering my voice right now because if it means something different to hear it from Director Peterson, if it means something different to part of our community to hear it from me, I don't always agree with him, but I trust him on this. And I just want to share my perspective on this. I really do believe at my core that neither Superintendent Kane nor Director Peterson nor anyone sitting up here has any goal of walking away from their position on this board with a single teacher in this district armed. We all respect our SROs. We mutually understand that what they bring to our district is absolutely invaluable. And we want to continue to elevate that relationship and nothing else. So I hope if that will create a sense of peace to anyone listening, I just wanted to offer that to anyone who might be concerned. To follow up, then switch gears, follow up on the conversation that we had before on the equity policy. I cannot attend agenda planning, so I just want to make my little thoughts known as far as how we move forward and the timing. I feel really strongly that as a board, we either need to rescind the January 25th resolution, or at the very least, the therefore statement that calls for the superintendent to provide feedback, and then move forward as a board with revising that policy. And I don't care which one of these options we choose, but I think we need to follow our own rules. So we need to look at the resolution, and we need to either follow it, have the superintendent recommend potential changes, and then discuss potential changes, or we need to rescind that portion of the resolution, and we need to, as a board, go ahead and tackle the resolution, the policy potential changes, and then move forward to the implementation process. But I think it's a really inefficient use of resources, and it's going to create more confusion if we try to simultaneously create a superintendent policy and possibly revise our policy. So I just wanted to make that noted while we were still all here and could possibly weigh in if it became relevant. So thank you.
Director Ray.
Yeah, thank you, Director Hanson, for that. I concur to some degree, but I think we can also come to an agreement, as I said earlier, that the superintendent's done her job by stating to us that policy ADBR needs to be created. And I think if we can come to agreement that satisfies the direction of that resolution, I mean, I think that if we can come to consensus and say the superintendent has fulfilled that request by recommending that ADBR get created and proposing that to the board, that would satisfy my concern, because I have the same concern as you. I think it's very confusing. I think the resolution's confusing in itself anyway, but I do think we need to probably make it clear what we're expecting of our superintendent. And I would concur as well that I think we let the superintendent now do that without us doing a lot of wordsmithing and revising until we hear from our superintendent whether or not there's obstacles that she's finding to be able to clarify the implementation of that policy. I also want to, I appreciate Director Peterson and Director Hansen both talking about arming, because that's really kind of was a pretty heavy-hearted feeling I have tonight, especially with what happened, in Nashville. But also, when we were at the student advisory group meeting, it really brought it home for me, working with some kiddos that really said they just don't feel like they have the resources to know how to navigate when these kind of incidents happen. And I think sometimes we tend as adults assume that if we maintain normalcy in our schools, students will be healthy and can just have their distraction to being focused on school. But we really heard last night from a group of students just some real concern that they still don't feel like they have the necessary resources to really deal with the chaotic world. I mean, and then, I mean, some of our students, even stated that they know that firearms are the leading cause of death for children right now. I mean, that's surpassed deaths that are caused by car accidents. And it broke my heart that we were having this conversation that our students are having to figure out, how do I navigate a world that is so chaotic and so dangerous to them and just showing up to school? So I just think we need to continue to have the conversation about what are we doing to protect our students, but what are we also doing to provide them the structures that they need to navigate? Because I think we assume that if we don't hear anything, then we just can carry on as normal. And I really feel like we need to do something more. I also want to just echo the concerns the students had around reporting. We heard that in our survey results, that students don't trust the reporting structures that are in place right now. They don't feel like they can report if they're a victim of racial discrimination, or if they're a victim of being bullied. They for some reason are reporting to us that they don't trust the structure. So I just think we need to continue to be on top of that, to figure out what is it that they need. And these students are amazing. I mean, their wisdom just always impresses me, and they have very specific things that they're asking for. If we can just listen and really capture that and really look at what our structures are that we need to modify. I just want to do a shout out to Dr. Smith, who's our Prevention Wellness Director. She was there as well, did a beautiful job at really affirming our students' concerns and really committing to them that we're really looking at that whole counselor realm in our district to make sure that we're standardizing some things, so we're moving out of the guidance counselor mindset of the past and really looking at that mental health support is really what our focus needs to be. Also wanted to share that, again, I went home heavy last night from the SAG because I had another student that came up and said that she was told that we don't have Narcan in her school. And I know that was one of the things that we took very quick action to say, no, we're going to make sure. I know I was in a school the other day that there's even a label on the that says Narcan is here. So she was a recovering addict herself, and just came to me with just this deep-hearted concern that her friend was going to go down that path of overdosing, and there wouldn't be any support for her. So I don't know how we're communicating to our students that indeed there is that. I mean, I know it's a fine line between advertising but I don't want our students not to think that rescue is their for some of our students. So that's just the heaviness that I went home with last night. I wanted to share that. On a more positive note, I would just tell you that we had some really good conversation about really looking at how do we recalibrate our student advisory group, because we really came to the awareness that the majority of the things that they're focused on are operational and very few things are really policy driven. And so we have some really good plans, I think, in place, even to the point of really looking at how we can do a comprehensive survey of our student body to let that drive our student advisory group in terms of the things that they focus on. So it's really based on data of need that all our students are responding to, as opposed to just passion, random projects that our students come to in that group. So we will be working during the summer. I know Derek Cheney and Stephanie O'Neill will be talking to you, Superintendent Kane, also about how do we make sure that we don't overuse our student advisory group for lots of other staff to access, because they are a board committee. But at the same time, we want to make sure that our students do have ample time to meet with you and the cabinet to address their operational concerns. So we're working on that as well. And then I don't feel like there's anything else to say about DCCAC. I think you covered it well. These people actually create baskets and gifts, and we're appreciative to the vendors who contribute to that. But yeah, that was a very exciting meeting. So that's all I have to say.
Director Myers.
Next time you come from that way, will you skip Director Way so I can have a little bit to say about SAG? Anyway, I want to also affirm that I am on board with, of course, not arming teachers. I just think that that's better left to professionals. And I wanted to, if I may, say thank you, Mr. Geiger, Brad, for bringing up tonight about the survey, about the teacher, especially the teachers, and the trust back in the community again. We received several emails from teachers thanking the board for their pay, for what we're doing, and voting unanimously. And I hope, if I missed writing everyone, you can let me know, but I think I was able to respond to everyone. But I think that we are now showing up here as 7 directors with different views, different values, just probably 7 different people, that when we find that common focus, which is our teachers and our students, we can come and make it a better district. And that, I think, can now show forward to how we're going to now work on our equity policy together. And I think we will have a very happy community. And I've been here for 30 years, and I love this community, and I know we can do it. So thank you.
Director Wandiger.
I had FOC this week, and we were presented with Career Tech Ed department, and then we also talked a lot about our compensation plan that we passed last time, and the committees had surveys around that and looked at that. It was some good discussion about the good around the compensation plan and incentives that we have, but it's also important to be realistic on our budget and what could happen if we don't get that MLO and bond funding that we desperately need. Also, just so the public knows, we do have membership openings at FOC. So if you have a financial or business background, we'd love to have you. I had an MBOC meeting. They got a tour of Vail. Then we had our meeting at Chaparral. We mostly talked about the very few money left in the 2018 bond to spend, which is good, but just how once that starts dwindling down, the need for this committee. But if we do end up passing an MLO bond, then that committee could hopefully keep going. And so there's talk around the bylaws around that. And so it was a good meeting. And we also have openings on that committee for a secondary ed teacher and a charter school parent. So if you're interested, please apply. And the last committee I had was the Partnership of Douglas County Governments. We met at Parker Library and had a great presentation from our law enforcement They mostly talked about homelessness, car thefts, and fentanyl in our community, and just their plans around that. And it was great. We have great law enforcement, so it was a good meeting.
Director Meek.
It's fun to go last. So I definitely appreciate all of our board comments tonight on safety. I think it was really important for us to highlight this evening. It's really hard to believe, on average, there's been one school shooting a week since the beginning of this year. It's just unacceptable, and I really appreciate us taking the time this evening to highlight our safety issues, to talk about what it would take to include that in a future MLO. I think that's a great direction for us. And I had a friend reach out to me this week, and her son was telling her, you know, I feel like the adults just argue and nothing gets done around school safety and, you know, how to handle that. And it brought back, my daughter said the exact same thing to me like 2-3 years ago. And the mental health of our students is really impacted by these issues. So I appreciate this board taking the time to seriously think about next steps in what we should be doing in that arena. I want to express my gratitude that we also had a productive conversation on the equity policy, which did feel like a lot of ping pong, but I think it kind of required back and forth conversation. And I think what I heard us land on was the superintendent is moving forward with her staff to create the policy recommendation changes and updates in the regulation to bring back to us based on the current standing policy. And we'll look at next steps after that. So just looking at everyone, I think that's where we all landed. The DAC met March 23rd. The biggest topics, we had the transportation presentation, the same one that we received here, was presented to the DAC, as well as a budget presentation. I do want to highlight, there was a public commenter expressing concern around potential closures of schools in Highlands Ranch, and very concerned that there's a lack of information, a lack of detail. And when there is not enough information out there, rumors, you know, start to fly. And his fear was that people may choose to take their students out of schools, certain schools, and put them into charter schools, feeling like charter schools will not be impacted. And that may be an unintended consequence of maybe not over communicating or having a page on our website that just you can direct people to, and there's information on that. So I just really wanted to highlight that. That was discussed. I think that's about it for me, so thank you.
And Director Myers has one alibi.
Sorry, I just forgot to talk about DCYI. We will have our April 24th celebration of our 10 students, 10 in the district that we will be, that just have gone through phenomenal trials and trauma, and they're going to get this award. And we did decide all of those the last week, and I'm very lucky. I will have one of my SAG students representing with me, will be there to present. Aditya will be with me, and so it's kind of nice to have a SAG member come along and help us with that presentation that night. So forgot that one, but April 24th.
Superintendent Kane.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond that there actually is a website that will be, a web page that will be up in the very, very near future. That is part of our plan. Thank you.
Okay, Director Hansen.
Sorry, I know it's late. I just need to clarify. I thought we left it that be at agenda planning and we'll figure out a path forward at agenda planning. But if what Director Meek said is everyone else's understanding, I was wrong. And I just want to clarify, are we finalizing at agenda planning, or are we?
I'll finalize the agenda planning. If you have any input, since it's schedule related, I am allowed to take input from all directors on what you'd like to see. And I'll work with the superintendent. I want to have that conversation with her around order. But the general spirit of we need to know what the superintendent's plan forward. And what I heard was she's going to focus on interpretation of certainly the spirit of the current policy. And if we stick to what I believe is, and we can have that discussion, what we believe the intent and spirit is, then that should not affect her. But I want to have that discussion with the superintendent to see what her desires are. If you have input, I know you can't attend agenda planning. Just as always, any director, if you can't attend agenda planning, I can accept your input for that. That's not policy related, and that is in fact exempted when we're talking scheduling. We can have as many of those collaborative discussions as we want, as long as it's around schedules and availability. So, thank you.
So I am confused. What are you planning at agenda planning?
What I'm going to do is talk to the superintendent about what specifically, well, first of all, it's the agenda planning for the 11 April. I don't think we have anything coming relative to ADB on 11 April. I want to ask her about the plans and if she wants a draft. I think we can prepare in parallel, starting to do some work if we think there are any changes that need to happen on ADB, but possibly not bring them forward till we have the full presentation on an ADBR. Again, that's something I'll talk to the superintendent about, because a lot of it, I'm sure she'll want to consult with staff. So again, we'll put something out there, and I'm allowed to communicate freely with all directors, even after agenda planning for, hey, this is what we think the path forward is. Please give me your input. Again, we can talk scheduling all we want, because that's administrative. Okay, with that, if there's no others, we will move to item number 28, which is adjournment. Do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Williams.
Second.
Second by Weiniger. Take the roll. Hanson.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson. Aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger. Passed 7-0. This ends the meeting of the Board of Education.